Okay. Stop it. Stop it now. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. He hit the wrong button. It ended the stream. He was trying to leave the studio to come back into the studio again, and he hit the wrong button. So we're back. I apologize for that. It happens sometimes. When you're trying to use a phone to do streaming on, it tends to have you can have technical difficulties. And it's really hard to see the buttons with the amount of sun and wind that he's dealing with. So he hit the wrong button, which ended the stream. So, we'll get his banner back up. He'll be back with us in just a minute, and we'll be back. We'll be back with this in just a minute. So, right on. Everybody's got good audio. Okay. Yeah, he was trying to go out of the studio in order to come back in again and get his audio refreshed, and he hit the wrong button, which ended the stream on accident there. So, but these kind of things happen every once in a while, you know. So you got a little bit of excitement going on. You got adrenaline pumping, and you see a big red button, thinking that that's the right one to hit, and boom. Yeah, yeah. So that happens. That happens. Okay. Um, here, live. Okay, and he'll be in with us in just a minute. So I think he's giving you guys a minute to get the crowd in, back in again, and everything. So, yeah. Hey, brother Ganja, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. And good morning, everybody. Okay. Uh, Dave, come on. Uh, okay. So my dog food is being delivered right now. So yeah, I got some sleep. Thank you, Roy. I appreciate you asking that. It's yeah, I did. I got some sleep. Um, Come on, Dave, because I got to run up to the gate. I got people here with dog food, and I got to get it offloaded and then pay them for that as well. Um, that's really cool. The Instacart lady that normally delivers my food offered to go and pick up the dog food for me this morning. So it's kind of awesome. Um, where are you, Dave? Um, Dang nabbit. They're waiting on you. I got to head up to the gate. There he is. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, there you go. Hey,
Right.
I need to run off for a minute. I'm gonna make you full screen. You have everybody's attention, and I just
Right.
need to run up to my gate. My dog food's being delivered right now.
Oh, great.
So,
Okay.
yep. So
Okay.
I'm gonna mute myself, and the show's all yours.
Thanks, buddy. Hey, thanks for getting us back up and running. Sorry, guys, for that was my bad. I hit the end stream button. I thought I was hitting the leave the studio because I didn't think you had my audio, and I had to go back out. My apologies. But I'm still at the spot. I'm going to show you, again, very briefly. just letting some people get in the room here. We're streaming on X at Dave Snedeker on X. We're streaming at Hawks Mustard Seeds 24 on YouTube, Hawk J Marsden on Facebook, and I think that's it. Because I can't get Rumble up and running very well when I'm on the road here. But at any rate, I'm just waiting for a few more people to come in the room. Then I'm going to take you on a little trip, and then we're going to end up at Eagle Pass, where Governor Abbott is going to be, and so we're going to do that. And so I won't touch the red button. I am seeing some of your chats. I won't be once we get rolling here, but I'm going to show you. Let me see how this works if I do that. Okay, that's a little too close. All right, so this is where I just was standing right there. Okay, that's the seemingly holding area where they bring a lot of the migrants through here when they come through Eagle Pass, and then they process them down in the pit. There's bathrooms over there. There's National Guard right over there. I spoke to them last. They're just not seeing a lot going on right here. Okay, and so what we did come to realize is that. And welcome everybody that's coming in. Is that we drive that I think you're going to enjoy, and I want you to have an idea. I want you to have an idea of the location of everything, okay? Because I think that's really, really important. So this is the second bridge just north of here. Is the first bridge. You can maybe see that blue bridge there. That okay, my friends. Sorry about that. I don't know when I lost you, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it pretty simple here, and let me see if that changes that in the studio. Yeah, it's quite the distraction, and why aren't they? Steve says, hi there, guys. This whole border thing seems like one big hoax. What are they distracting us from? Trump is going with this whole charade. What the hell's going on? So, Stephen, that's a great question, by the way, and this is obviously something that I am here to find out, um, and and I'm trying to get it large screen so that you guys will be able to see me or see what I'm going to show you, and let me get to you. So let me go. I'm going to go mobile here, okay? And this is the again the holding area. I'm going to take you a little bit farther north, and then I'm going to take you back through what we're doing, or kind of tell you what we're going to do. But just to give you guys kind of a layout, because it's kind of the border is a big deal. It's a big it doesn't make sense that what we're seeing here. There's the National Guard, and they're not talking. I tried talking with them last night. You see the smoke over there. That's way over. I believe that is on in Mexico. And then there's the blue. There's the International Bridge 1. Okay, so that's all like this is all Eagle Pass. Okay, the town is Eagle Pass. That's just on the other side there. And so I'm on the Texas side, all right, and I'm going to turn around. So that's where I was last night, conducting the interview with that gentleman that is local and was telling us about the place that I'm taking you to now. So it's kind of like a golf course, literally out there. It looks like a putting green there, and you can see this goes over to that piece of land there where there's containers with barbed wire on top of them. So that's like one layer, and then you have on the other side of these buildings is the Rio Grande, and there's other bridges that go on beyond that. Okay, and so and then of course you see this razor wire here. This is the National Guard here. They're not allowed to say anything, and it's all been obviously orchestrated. There's bathrooms here, and then this is the area where they have the bags that are just like they're all alike, so they've been handed out in uniformity. And then there's like the little holding area, and on the other side looks like where they pull the razor wire across and let people in and out. Okay, and there's also little areas down there where it's almost like they're being held. Now our friend was telling us about this last night. Our new friend who couldn't be on camera, and then you see this wall. Now this is again, the other side of this is not Mexico. The other side of this right there is the United States. The U.S.-Mexican border is officially in the middle of the Rio Grande, right? I'm making sure that we're still on here, in the middle of the Rio Grande. And so this is just like a secondary barrier. Now, this kind of a secondary barrier is obviously is obviously very effective. Any deterrent is going to be effective at getting stopping or slowing the progression, right? But then you have here's a gate that is open, right? Now that says private property, okay? Places on the other side are private property, and the only people that can go on those properties are the sheriffs. Is my understanding by some sheriff deputies yesterday. So again, this is the and in a little bit I'm going to go up and we're going to see I'm going to try to see the governors with Abbott, and then there's a gate obviously that opens and closes. That's probably private property as well. And here's a gate that's wide open, right? And that says private property. On the other side, there's another chain link fence on the other side that says private property. Okay, so it's kind of odd, right, that they have this fence here on the other side of private property. Now, this might be so for the protection of anybody that is crossing, that they cross at one area so that they're not, crossing this dark highway in the middle of the night, and also not going up into other property where they don't want them. So it could definitely be that kind of a deterrent. But also this ends here coming up, and I'm gonna take a right for us here. And again, we are right at the, we're just a few minutes out from these areas, right? And so, and then that's of course private property there. Okay, I'm gonna put the phone down because there's a few state troopers here, and But so that's private property, and then there's just some kind of an orchard here as well. Uh, and and so that's kind of the end of that whole fencing area, right? That that they're not really. Uh, it's not really a fence as a deterrent kind of fence, right? Um, and I lost the full screen there. Hawk, are you back in? I don't think he is. So let me see if I can get you back. Stuff is tough when you're driving. Yeah, it should be on the full screen. I don't know why it isn't. Hawk, if it's not on full screen, can you put it on full screen, please? So anyway, this is like an orchard, right? But they're on both sides. And then this drive is going to take us even further away from the border. But I guess kind of what I'm seeing is that there's a lot of places where the wall would just stop, and it doesn't really make much sense. So try to figure out, like, okay, well, what's really going on? What's the real intention down here? And the thing that I keep coming back to with this is that there obviously everybody I'm talking to, whether it be the border control or whether it be here's another area that's somewhat of a turnoff. But here you're seeing, there's some razor wire down there, okay, which is very interesting. And I'm going to take you a little closer. There's also some military vehicles down there. And I honestly don't know. I'll try to do this full screen again with you guys. Hold on. Let's see. Hey, I want everybody. Shoot. Everyone's still hearing me okay? And
yep, audio's good.
Audio's good. Hey, can you make me full screen again? Because I'm having trouble doing that from this end. Thank you. All right, so so this is interesting. I'm going to hold on. Why does that keep doing that? Come on, people, let's go. All right. Okay. So you see, there's a lot of trash here, right? And it was also the end of that particular area. Okay. And so I'm going to drive down this because this is I'm seeing what looks to be, again, it doesn't look like a deterrent wire. It actually looks like a holding area for things, right? And so okay, so this has been kind of cut off, but this down here is open, and it looks like we do have some National Guard down here. And again, look, it's kind of like this kind of holding area, and it's also that there's the river on the other side there. And so look at all these shoes, all these clothes. Okay, some National Guard vehicles. And then the razor wire it looks like it's to keep people off from coming over. So this is a deterrent wire without question. It's not necessarily just a holding area, right? and I'm still seeing shoes down here. So and clothes caught in these razor wires. Okay, these people are absolutely trying to get over this, and there's a lot of clothes on the other side as well. Okay, so now up in Eagle Pass, I'm not seeing any of this. Okay, but why would you go through Eagle Pass? I was saying yesterday that's an area that is completely. Look at all these clothes. I mean, there's just I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of clothing that they've made it over that razor wire, and they've made it over this. So the wall I was showing you out by the highway, that is probably for optics. Okay, but there's stairs leading down to a little place there that obviously is a place where they come down, because that's much easier to get down a bunch of stairs than that hill, right? Okay, and so here I got to check out something real quick. I just want to see where I'm at. I want to be able to tell you. So that body of water, okay, that you are. Hold on a second. Let me get back to you here. And I also want. Okay, Hawk, how do I turn this camera around? Do you know?
What kind of? I'm.
That's all right. I don't
What,
need to.
what 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 kind of phone do you have? Is it a Samsung or is it an iPhone?
iPhone.
iPhones. I have no clue.
Okay. So this is so back to this. That is the Rio Grande, folks. Okay, and I'm gonna just get out here and briefly. So you're gonna hear some wind noise, but so this is without question the Rio Grande. Look at all these clothes, right? There's a comb, a hat, just all kinds of stuff along here. It's obviously, there's a backpack that got caught and somebody tried to jump. They probably just got the contents out, right? And so what we see here is the Rio Grande. This is the razor wire on this side. And so, you're talking about razor wire.
Too much wind, Dave. We're not hearing you.
How about now? Oh, shoot.
Wow, you are in a wind spot like I've never heard before.
What's that?
Heavy wind. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Well, sort of. Just a little bit.
How about now?
Oh, there you go.
Okay. My microphone had fallen off and discharged from the connection. So where did I lose you?
It's not, David. It seems like it's not picking up that external microphone. We're getting you from your cell phone microphone.
Okay. All right. Hold on. That should be lit up. Okay, how about now?
Nope, still from your phone.
Still from the phone. Because that's why it's so damn windy, probably.
Yep. That's probably why we weren't catching you before. Because it's getting it from your phone and not from that external mic.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try something.
Because I see that you have the rabbit skin over the top of that microphone, so that should be blocking any wind.
I know, right? It should be helping quite a bit, but it must not be picking it up. Let me see here. Well, it should be on the in the studio. I should be able to set the microphone. I'm going to leave and come back in with it. I'll be right back. Now, how do I leave the studio without ending? Can you take that power away from me right now?
I can remove you. There we go. Okay, he'll be back with us, and he was full screen. Whoever just yelled at me for him make Dave full screen, because he was full screen. It's what he needs to do is get his microphone. He's got to make sure that.
Is that any better?
No, we're still getting your cell phone microphone.
May have to do it from the vehicle. Let me try. I have another device here, and let me see if that does it. Okay, is that any better, or are you still thinking you're getting it from the cell?
It sounds like we're still getting it from the cell, because that mic, you just had that microphone up to your mouth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your volume should have increased. Nope, we're not hearing it.
Yeah. I'm gonna go out and come back in. I'll be.
And you're stuck with me again. Hello. Trying to eat a blueberry muffin, but that's all right. I have patience. I can wait. Although it looks really, really good, and I feel like just eating the rest of it anyways. Yeah, it's got to do with him assigning his microphone, and getting the right one on there. Because that one that's got that rabbit skin protector on it, that should cut out like 80% of any wind or anything like that. So he'll get it figured out, and be right back with us. Hey there, pup. How you doing? Okay. All right. The dogs are all happy. They got food. And I still have to make 2 more trips up there. I can only bring 200 pounds down at a time. I got to go back up, and I wanted to catch my breath and make sure that everything was going all right for Dave, audio wise, and to make sure that he didn't shut down the stream again on us, before I go back up to get the other 400 pounds of food. So yeah, we are all having breakfast together. All right, fine. If you're eating, I'm eating. Jelly Bean, there are 5 dog food bowls that are filled up. You ain't got to worry about not having any food. Okay, you just chill out. Be nice. He'll be back with us. He just got to, sometimes you got to have those settings all done before you come in, because when you're on your phone and trying to use StreamYard or any of the casting.
All right, Hawk, I think I fixed the problem. Let me know if it's any better.
Definitely getting the wind. Definitely getting the wind. Yeah, we can see everything. It's the audio, the wind is like, oh wow, it's heavy.
So get back in the car. All right, how's the audio now?
Okay, we're definitely getting you from your phone. We're not getting you through that little microphone.
All right, that's StreamYard is just not picking that up even when I go in and I change it. That's very frustrating. So at any rate, warning. They're the water is you know, dangerous, I think. Any Spanish speakers there? Profunda peligro de ahogamiento. Manténgase alejado. And so that is, so I don't know if you heard me, but this is the Rio Grande. And this is the actual border. Right there is Mexico. And those stairs that were coming down from that hill are obviously to get to the water and to do the crossings. So somebody built those stairs, which makes it easier for a lot of people to get over here, which also makes sense as to why there's absolutely so much going on. And here's the other side of this here, kind of like a waterway. There's a lone shoe right there. So yeah, so this is what's going on down on this end. And this is, again, this could be considered, you know, just about a 5-minute drive south from Eagle Pass. It's not far at all. You see the smoke up above that I showed you earlier, and then there's some birds down in here in this part of this waterway. Not sure what that is, but the very disturbing to see just so many you know, clothes, and when you think about what the people had to go through just to get to this place, to get to this area. Look at it. This is a low. When you see the razor wire that high, chances are that the water is lower, that people could walk across, right? And so you're seeing, you know, so how much of this, I think the real question here with the with this whole scene is, you know, how much of this is just people that are leaving another country to try to make it to America for a better life for they and their families. You know, the clothing I'm seeing here is all over the place. It's, you know, young kids, young girls, young boys, adults. You know, when you look at this kind of clothing, there's two questions I wonder, and that is, first of all, why aren't they cleaning this up? I gotta think that they've got to clean up some of it. It's hard to tell how long some of it's been here. Some of it's buried under sand, so that means the winds could have easily blown and covered that stuff up in a short amount of time. But what is not really doesn't make sense is the stuff that's fresh. Why aren't they picking it up? And is it because they want other people to see how difficult it was, so that they may choose not to? That could be an option. Could it be that they're just government workers, and government workers, look at your local, government places and how clean are they, in terms of the ones where the government employees are responsible. It looks like a sheep farm over there on the Mexico side. And then the other thing is, maybe there's so many crossing that they can't keep up with the picking up all these clothing, and they have to divert their resources towards other things. But it doesn't make sense. Like, here's a perfectly good pair of shoes, okay, that once this gentleman got over, he got rid of, or a girl, they got rid of. And was something waiting over here, a better pair of shoes possibly. I mean, does he bring a pair of shoes that he's going to change? There's another perfectly good pair of shoes, right? And there's a road, by the way, that goes out to where we were earlier, and here are these trees with that orchard. So that to the right might be private property, is my guess. And there's another perfectly good pair of shoes right there. do they carry an extra pair of shoes and say to themselves, when I get to America, I'm gonna change into these shoes? I don't think you
No,
do that.
well, they have a dry pair of shoes in a bag, so when they get across, they take the wet
Okay.
shoes off and put the dry shoes on.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I didn't think that one through. All right, I probably needed another cup of coffee for that one, but good call, because that's exactly what's probably taking place. And so back to the query, like how many of these people are just trying to get, you know, a better life, and how many of them are actually the part of the so-called allowed and planned invasion, right? Because it's obvious that there's no razor wire, you know, here at these areas, and then of course we have some further. We have some, looks like National Guard down here, and I don't know. It might not be able to go down that way. So let me pull up to them here. Hey, gentlemen.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, good. Thank you for your service and for being out here.
Thank you for your support.
I'm doing a live stream, but I don't have you on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And so I'm just getting some video of the river and the things going on, and I want to just be within my right to drive. Should I turn around and
Did
go?
you get permission from the landowner?
You mean along this road?
Yes, correct.
I
This is
did.
private property.
Oh, I did
So-
not. Okay.
And the private property extends further down there.
Okay.
So what you're going to want to do is exit out right through there.
Okay.
Along that fence line.
Okay. So there was, but I didn't go this way because there was a no trespassing. You know, don't go down this way. The way I came, nothing.
I know. I understand.
Okay.
I know exactly where you came from, and
Okay.
yeah, it's not signed as well, but it is.
Okay.
It is all private property.
The
Okay.
landowner owns from this section all the way over there.
Okay.
All through the pecan trees.
Okay.
Yep.
So okay, so those are pecan trees. Okay, and so obviously they're coming through his property then, like crazy, right?
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Wow.
I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to see you get in trouble. So, and I know there's Texas state troopers coming around here. So
Okay.
And they're also tracking that
Yeah.
this is private property. They're in contact with the landowner.
I don't want to see anything happen to you.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well,
can
thank
exit
you.
Right up there, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you guys.
You're very welcome. Be
Appreciate
safe.
it.
Drive safe.
Thank you. Okay, so we are leaving the Rio Grande. So this is private property, as you heard, and this is these are pecan trees here that we were seeing.
That's what Andrew
Yeah,
Wells grows.
I'm not getting in any trouble. There was no signage stopping entry onto that private property. But this is interesting. I'm glad I'm coming out this way because this is the end of that fence. And it looks like that this fence might be the beginning of the end of government property and the beginning of private. So I'm going to put the camera down because the state troopers are here. So I'm going to head back up to Eagle Pass and see if we can't get around the governors and see what's going on there. And so then we're back to this fence now, going back up towards Eagle Pass. Can you imagine, Hawk, owning that property and having that amount of people coming through your yard every day?
I'd be sitting up in a big deer hut with a scope and kicking them out one by one.
I'm
as they
having
come
trouble
across.
hearing you.
I would be like in a duck blind or a deer hut, and when they came across the border, just shoot them.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm down here in Texas. I think they have laws against that. I'm not sure. That might be your last duck blind hunt, but you know, I feel you.
Well, I would just run down there and throw some antlers on them and say, it looked like a buck. It looked like a buck. Oh, we lost your audio. We lost your audio, Dave.
Okay, how's that?
There you
Is that-
go.
Okay.
Yep.
So I got a new headset on so that I'm not having the same issue that we were just having.
Okay.
And
We're hearing
I
you
think we'll be
really
fine.
clear now.
Okay, the wind might still be a factor if I'm outside, but definitely not as bad as what it was. So hopefully, and so at any rate, the so you were saying about I was asking you about this property owner with all these people coming across. Man, is just like it's unbelievable how there's our friends right there that are blue collar TV, I think.
Yeah, Blue Collar News or something like that.
Blue
Yep.
Collar News, yeah. So it sounds like you just started. So we're going back up into Eagle Pass, and then I'm going to find. I did not find an address for the Hope on the Hill Church. Do we know? Do we have?
It's there at Eagle Pass. It's where they process.
Okay, so I'll look for that, but that we definitely got the name of that right, because I pulled it up, but it wasn't showing up on the thing. But
Yeah,
I'll
that's
go
where the
back
sitting
to.
governors
I'll
are
go
going to
back.
be meeting with Abbott. So
Yeah, I'm going to go back there because that's where I was last night, and I figured that's where they were going to be today. So now you've got a lot of the fencing involved with making sure that nobody is coming through here at where it's legal. So this is pretty much where the legal travel is, and then you could see there's the city of Eagle Pass. It's called the Port of Eagle Pass, and because it's a legitimate port of entry, right, to the United States, and that's why I don't see a lot of people coming across. There's a baseball field, and it's just normal life down here, but don't see a lot of people crossing at actual Eagle Pass. So
yeah.
what we're I think about to experience, photo opportunity, complete Mockingbird Media control, but it does depend on whether or not who's in control of this psychological operation that we're about to witness today, right?
Yeah. Now Lisa
I think
says
that's
that
what her
Dave needs
question
to go.
is.
So Lisa says that Dave needs to go to the front gate with Oreo. Media and satellite trucks are arriving now. So you'll
that's where I'm
know
heading.
exactly. Yeah, that's the thing to look for. Look for the media trucks, and you'll know exactly where they're all going into.
Yeah,
That's where the big photo ops and everything else are going to be.
That's where I'm heading now, but I don't think Oreo got the footage on that private property I just got. So yeah, I don't know what kind of footage the people that are there now, but I think that was invaluable. That stuff we just stumbled on there. I haven't seen much of that in quite a while, and I made a wrong turn here. I got to turn around, but it's this is Fort Duncan, by the way. So this is a military base down that way. You can see the kind of barracks type situation here, and what does Oreo look like, by the way? Because I'm hearing a lot about him, but I've not met him. Do we know?
I'm not sure. What does Oreo look like, guys? Give me a description of him so I can pass it on to Dave.
So so we're this is pretty interesting that they're doing this situation, and now all of a sudden the migrants showed up. Meanwhile, you guys know I was here yesterday, and there weren't any, and the police weren't letting us get down into Shelby Park. I think they expected more people to show up than what showed up, because they, there was a minimum two police officers at every entryway to the
Okay, so
to the park.
They say that he's a white, slender male with facial hair, and he will have a Spanish companion.
Okay, all right. Thank you, guys. I'll keep an eye out for him. This is so what they're. Will you ask Lisa and anybody else who's watching? Well, I can do that now, but will you guys
35 to 40 years old with sandy coppered hair.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Here's Eagle Pass. We're entering Eagle Pass here. Nice little fountain area. And so where I'm what I was going to ask is that are the migrants still there? Like, are they holding them? And if I keep going straight, I'm going into Mexico. I'm going into Piedras Negras. And I think I can turn down there. I'm going to wait and turn down there. But what's happening is, are the migrants still there? I'm interested because, if they're still there, that means that they're totally just allowing them for a photo op, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And the question is, so here's the thing: what is their narrative going to be? What is this narrative? What are they trying to accomplish? And
you're losing signal right here. It'll catch up with you in a second. Just bear with it for a second, Dave. Hang on. I'll tell you when you're back, because your video will start scrolling too. But I know you can hear me. So somebody was just saying that Sunset Gazing was saying that they loaded those migrants up in a van and drove off with them. But I don't know if that was the entirety of the group or not. Okay. It looks like you might be catching up now. You're just pulling up to a stop sign. Whoop, we lost him. Okay. What's this? Street curve, gate on left, deuce and a half, parked in the middle of gate. First responder media already there. Okay. I'll let him know that as soon as he comes back to us. He'll be back. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't seen Bruce Poppy at all during all of this. I don't even know if he's live or not. I haven't really followed Bruce. I mean, I follow him on Facebook just for different little clips and stuff that he puts out, but I don't really follow him. I don't really know him that well. I know Dave does. So, yeah, nothing personal to Bruce or anything. It's I got a lot of people that I follow already, and I try to add stuff as I go along. So he'll be back with us in a minute. Just give him a minute, folks. Yeah, if CNN happens to be at the exact spot that these migrants are coming through, then it's narrative, you know. So absolutely. Oh, it looks like he's back. Looks like he's back.
All
Let's
right.
see. There
How's
it
that?
goes. Okay.
We're
All
back.
right, we're back. Yep. Let me get you full screen again. Okay.
We
So
back?
yep. So a couple of different comments. Happy Two Bears said funny that CNN just happened to be.
Thank you, Hawk, for
Are you
holding
there?
us on all this, man. This is pretty awesome.
Not a problem. So Pappy Two Bears said that funny that
so I'm definitely getting unstable internet here, which is unfortunate.
Are you hearing me?
I am not on Wi-Fi. Move closer to your router is not an option. I'm going to close. Let me see if that'll
Okay, can you hear me now, Dave?
Hawk, any audio?
Can you
Anybody?
hear me? Can you hear me, Dave?
Um,
Can you hear me, Dave?
yeah, it's interesting if they might be jamming signals. All right, I will reboot here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so we just got to kind of work with this, guys. You know, he's this is his first on the scenes reporting. Okay, you know, you got to kind of work out the kinks and things like that. No, Sunset, I appreciate it, and I thank you for that. Thank you. We do appreciate that very much. Thank you. All right, Dave, are you hearing me now?
Any audio, guys?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Great.
Okay.
All right.
So
I'm in Eagle Pass
quick
now.
statements.
Yeah.
Okay. A couple of quick statements. Pappy Two Bears said, funny that CNN just happened to be on the spot when the migrants were apprehended. Okay. The second one is from Dean Reedy. He said the curve gate on the left, you'll see a deuce and a half parked in the middle of the gate. That's first responder media is already there. He's the 300-pound Mexican guy who Mexican American who you know. So I believe you saw him at the rally yesterday. So you should be able to spot him.
I never saw him.
Oh, you didn't?
But
Okay. What's that?
Drive or walk?
Well, you should be able to drive.
Parking spot.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think they're going to let cars in. I might walk though.
Okay. Yeah. Karen, the reason that you hear the echoing is because periodically Dave's internal Bluetooth will kick in and it will throw me to come out of his speakers instead of going into his ear. So, Michelle, a tray can never be too big for what I have here. He is with a group traveling with the convoy. Bruce Poppy. Okay, so he Bruce Poppy went to Arizona. So that kind of makes sense. No, I don't mind you guys throwing names of other podcasters out there. I have no problem with that at all. I just I appreciate it because it will give Dave an idea where to go to in order to meet up in the right area in order to get the information that he's down there to get. So, I appreciate it. It's and I appreciate all of you that contribute daily. You guys are awesome with helping find information, and we appreciate that. Find first responder Joe. He's out of L.A. Big Spanish guy, nice guy, very generous. Yep, where he's going to look for him. So I believe he's going to be going on foot to try and locate first responder there. So it looks like he's trying to load in. Okay, can you hear me now, Dave?
Are we back yet?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dave? Well, he's not hearing me. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think there might be a signal jammer kind of thing down there that's creating that problem for him. But he's going to keep trying. We'll get it. We'll get it. We just got to be patient. We'll get this figured out. Luna Williams. Well, really depends. We have to think about it like this. If we're following the narrative in which Q laid out in front of us, then we are watching a movie, and we are part of it. So we just got to kind of be patient and see what's going on. And I see that there is a cobweb flying in front of my camera again. It's funny, but it's not funny at the same time. First responder and Oreo are together. They're friends. Did several drive border together. Okay, great. I know. I know that. I know that. I appreciate that. And honestly, I appreciate honesty. Period. Yeah, Kelly, I will tell him that. That's not a bad idea. Cup the microphone to in order to block some of that wind out. Wasn't expecting a big windy day like today, so just got to kind of work with what we have available to us. Yeah, he's trying to find a place to park. So I do see your comment there, Gypsy Lizzie. Yeah. That way there, then his car isn't surrounded by other things at the same time, impossible to move forward or backwards and everything else. So I don't have Oreo's YouTube channel. I will if I open, see, the problem is anytime I open up Facebook or YouTube at the same time that I'm live, I have problems. I don't know what the issue is. It's like a major slowdown to how well the stream goes. And let's see, I'm trying to do. Okay, here is Lisa's comment. Live Eagle Pass. Okay, so they're on YouTube there. So okay, and it looks like Dave is attempting to come back. He's having there. Looks like he might be back. Let's see. Okay, Bruce is with the convoy. Bruce went to Dripping Springs. Okay, because now that's where Dave lives, is in Dripping Springs, and that's where Bruce Poppy's on his way into. Yeah. All right. Can you hear me, Dave?
I wonder if they're I wonder if they're just jamming us. Because I didn't have any of these problems last night, and I'm right here all night.
Yeah, I agree, Dave. And you're right back where you were yesterday. So I agree with you. Can you hear me okay? Well, Anthony Aguaro. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, Val. Reading the name and everything is kind of crazy. But what's the comment here? I'm usually quiet, but last night you mentioned Anthony Aguaro. That's his correct last name. He's been filming in California of showing migrants coming through daily and nightly. Thank you. Yeah, it's. I think I've seen a few. I think I've seen a few of his videos put up on different areas, whether it be X or on True Social. But yeah, I'd have to make contact with him too in order to try and facilitate a meeting between him and Dave, and maybe get have a what would you call it, a focal point to start from, and somebody who can guide him through certain areas and show him different things. So yeah. Let's see. The guy from Canada also followed the Trudeau must go protests in downtown Toronto. Cool. Chessboard's posting about the Fall Cabal series, 1 through 10. Yep. It's for those of you that have not seen the Fall Cabal, you want to try and figure out what's going on in this world today. That's a great place to start. Lots of information. And the first 10 episodes were great. But Janet and Cynthia continued on with an additional 27 or 28 episodes called the Fall Cabal, the sequel, which just lays out a whole bunch of more information. And they're very accurate, and they show the receipts so that you're made fully aware on who is who and what is what. Let's see. Joe and Oreo caught footage of the immigrant at the NGO crossing site saying, "You should know who I am." Oh yeah, you're not smart enough to know who I am. Yeah, we know who he is. We knew who he was. Actually, I knew who he was as soon as he was on camera. And we were talking about that on X. I actually named him out or called him out by name. And somebody responded to me, sent me a DM saying, "How did you know that guy's name?" Yeah, I was a Marine. It's how I know his name. It's, but yeah, it's, there are things that you learn. Has Dave seen any of the trucker convoy yet? No, he has not so far this morning. He's run into a few other reporters that are down there, independent reporters, the blue collar news, and a couple other people. I did not get their names. Anthony says, "I was in Yuma last weekend. Mexico doesn't allow cloud seeding over Mexico. My ass. It was so bad and thick with a person we know reporting record rainfall 2 weeks ago." Yeah. Swano says Dave's gonna need a bowl loaded after this. I'll smoke for him. That'll keep him calm. And Patricia says they are jamming signals out there. My opinion. Yep. I believe so. And then Miss Bullfrog DD listed the link for you guys for Anthony Aguaro's page there. That's what Jetlag says Anthony used to work with Ben Berquam. I thought so. I thought he just branched off because they could cover more area as a separate unit and stuff. Let's see. Okay. All right. Thank you, Val. It's nice to know that I actually got his name right. So, let's see. Geoengineering is at full speed here in Europe, the Netherlands. All over air is sprayed. Yeah, it's honestly. I'm hoping I'm going to say your name right, Yoakum. We have the same issue here in Oregon. I can have a completely blue sky. Those planes fly over and the sun is gone within probably an hour after those planes go by. And then it's just rain for a couple of days again. And it's pretty bad here. So, it's not like we didn't get enough rain before. But they make it a lot worse. That's where the majority, so I've been here on this farm since 2017, and 2017 through 2020, we didn't have any flooding or anything here on the property during that period of time. But as soon as Trump left office, we've had consistent flooding at least 3 times a year each year all the way up until today. So it's just really bad. It's killed off my crops many times. So let's see. And the thing is Florida is such a bright and shiny state. When I was 16, the graduation project for my school, Beckett Academy in Connecticut, it was required that we either you had 2 choices. You could either go to what was called the Ultra program, or you could do the Appalachian program. And the Appalachian program is they started it in Maine, and they hiked all the way, the complete Appalachian Trail, all the way down to the northern part of Georgia. Or you could go canoeing for 3 months through the Everglades, and that's what I chose, was to go down to the Everglades, and we canoed through there for 3 months. We'd camp out on the Keys or on the little islands. Every night we stayed on a different island. Rabbit Island was my absolute favorite because as soon as the sun went down, you could turn on your flashlight and point it, and all you'd see is eyes everywhere. And it wasn't gators; it was all rabbits. And it was called Rabbit Key. That was amazing. It's, you think, what are these rabbits doing out on an island? It's like, what the heck? They survived out there, even during the hurricanes and everything. They've got their burrows and everything set up for all kinds of flooding, obviously. I think Dave is really having a hard time getting back into us. He hasn't come back in yet. Let's see. Absolutely. What gets me is this whole border thing stops for the governor and starts back afterwards. Almost like just political stunts with everyone involved, even the extra law enforcement and NGOs. Absolutely. we're clear seeing that clearly. Okay. Getting a lot of friend requests here on YouTube or Facebook, I mean, and just kind of clicking through them and adding people to the access to get more people into the notifications of these podcasts and stuff. Because we like it when people are well informed, and sometimes you got to go a little bit above and beyond in order to make sure, Okay. Let's see. I got to kind of verify each and every one of these to make sure that none of them are fake names, because I get quite a few. Fake people on Facebook that are like scam accounts and stuff like that. So I kind of scroll through the feed a little bit to see that when they don't have any mutual friends, that they're not a what would you call it, a pirated account or something like that, and it's about the only thing that I can do. And then the other one is getting pictures, naked, half naked women and everything else. Listen, I'm a guy. I love women, but don't degrade yourself that way. Not for any man. It's save that for your husbands. Save that for your husbands. That's what I say. 70 is my goal. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Come on, Dave. We're waiting on you. I still got to get up there and get the rest of that dog food down here. Okay. I think I got through all the requests. I thought I got through all the requests. Have you ever had this many friends before? That's funny. It's funny, but it's not funny at the same time, because that means that people are tuning in or want to tune in, and I want to make sure that everybody gets to see, all the reports that are coming out and stuff. So that's kind of an important thing, informing our friends, neighbors, loved ones, everything. It's too important for the truth to get out there, no matter the expense. So we just kind of deal with what we got to deal with, and just keep adding. Hey, Scott, how you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well, man. So we're waiting on Dave to get back with us. He's trying to locate a signal So we should hear back from him pretty quick. He is live down there at Eagle Pass. This might be him now. Let's see. Oreo Express is live now. Okay. Let's see if I can pull that up here on the computer, and I can pull them up on the screen for a short period of time here while we're waiting for Dave to get back to us. I know that he's like I said, he's having a tough time trying to get signal out to us. So we'll just gonna kind of grin and bear it, I guess we would say. Okay, let's see, Oreo Express. Here we go, and see if that comes up. If that comes up, then we will. Okay. See that? Let's see. Present, share screen, entire screen, and audio. Got that. Let's see if it does it. Okay. And then live at Shelby. I'm going to mute myself so that this goes to you guys.
I don't want an accident. Gotta do what Sir, you have vehicles coming in?
All right, how are we, guys? True Seeker, good to see you.
Are you over here directing traffic again?
I am. I told them all to
What's
leave.
up, boss?
Man, got to do one more time before I head back.
What's up?
Awesome,
How you
man. Good, brother. Yeah.
doing? The media is here today,
Oh,
man.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Good to see everybody.
I walked away from them before I started saying shit I shouldn't say.
Yeah, don't even give them the time. All they're gonna do is cut.
Tommy
edit, and-
Temper.
He kept,
Thank you, Tommy Temper. Appreciate it. Not necessary. Very much appreciated. Big ups, Jeff. Thank you for your great streams. Thank you, sir. Big ups. Probably got us on the
doesn't know why I
Thank
called
you.
him.
I'm down here for a little bit before I
Guys,
head
I
back
don't want
to
to
Canada.
kind of interrupt you, but if y'all want to walk this way, please, or you kind of stand away from where the vehicles are moving, please.
Should I get behind this?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think they're gonna hit the pole, but yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
If they do, I'll grab that wire when it comes in and save everyone.
That's right.
Honest.
We're gonna be blocked in.
Well,
We should have brought my pickup. I'd have parked it right there.
I would have parked it right there if I would have known it was going to be this crazy.
Thank you, Tommy Temper. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Did you see her up there?
Yeah.
Thanks, Tommy Temper.
Oh,
Yeah.
you seen her? You
Just
went
be
up
patient. We're buffering a little bit, but there's literally nothing we can do right now. I just switched back and forth to try to get the best connection with buffers.
there? She's right up there.
How are we? We're okay a little bit. So windy down here.
I'm sure of it. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Hey, Lorena, good to see you.
Look at that.
Yeah, YouTube didn't say we're live. Yeah, I know. Does that.
Look at that. Look at that mess right here.
All the media is going up. Actually,
They make up their rules.
they're all having problems with that wind today. So not just Dave, you know. So you guys can see their chat here too. It says we need an electric fence. Well, if you put an electric fence in the middle of the Rio Grande, guess what? They won't even get in the water to even attempt to cross. Is that Dave?
I need to get a different van.
No, that's
my van's not capable of that.
I think
but
that's
it's
Dave,
something
though.
I'm looking into.
Is this Dave? Nope, that's a police officer. That's almost like the kind of car that Dave drives right there. Yeah, that guy's way too short to be Dave. Yeah. Yeah, these guys don't seem like they're buffering. They are getting some serious wind, though. I mean, you can hear it cutting through. That's why I turned the volume down a little bit. They're not really talking about anything yet. So, this is on YouTube. So this is Oreo Express. Guy's got 50,000 views or 50,000 subscribers. So
right in front of Shelby Park, where Governor Abbott will be here with over a dozen other governors in a press conference today at approximately 2:30.
oh, he's using Prism Live Studio is what he's using. I don't particularly care for that particular software. I tried that back when I first started podcasting. It didn't work out well for me.
No, I don't think so. I think a lot of conservatives don't believe what Abbott says. I do believe there is a none of your business. I do believe there is a group that does. And like me, you know, I'm very critical of Abbott. I'm very critical of his photo ops. But what he's done with the National Guard here over the last couple of weeks, I commend him on. But again, the fake news isn't reporting that the rest of the border in Texas is wide open. We just took you to Eagle Pass, Texas. We showed you National Guard lifting up the razor wire to allow people in. It's on our Twitter. It was recorded live. You can go back to on X to at Oreo Express from about 10, 12 days ago and look at that. This is the problem here is people see this and think, oh, he's securing our border. Now, I get what he's doing. I do get what he's doing, and I'm appreciative because look at the media coverage. Look at everything that's going on. You have the federal government threatening the state of Texas. You know, it's opened people's eyes that, hey, the federal government, one of their number one jobs is to protect this country from an invasion, and they're actually aiding in that invasion now. But that's why we're out here, too, guys, because the fake news isn't going to give you the whole answer.
sorry if it's too windy. I don't have a shotgun mic or anything like that. But, oh, yeah, exactly, right?
A white guy with a bald head said he's gonna pull out a
Shot. Mike, yes.
You know how that thing goes. So all the media is getting set up. If you guys didn't hear while we were having lunch, the border czar, the Texas border czar, was in there. He loved Big D's hat. He gave him a Border Patrol challenge coin. That's pretty cool. The border czar will be with Greg Abbott today inside Shelby Park.
I don't know. Are you guys like staring up the driveway there or the walkway there to see if we see this giant come walking down the street? I'm waiting to see Dave come walking down.
So we're coming against from the ranch, maybe like something over.
That big fire, you still see the smoke. Big fire across the center.
Really? Maybe that's what it might be. Probably just been going on for 3 times.
So here's that coin, guys. The borders are for Texas. Show them your hat really quick. Put it down there. The borders are seen that hat that Big D was wearing, and we were at a breakfast spot, and he handed him this challenge coin. It says, "First Texas border czar." He said he loved the hat, and it was an awesome little exchange
You
there.
want to see it better?
Nice. Look at that, guys. Wow.
Border Patrol stands with Greg Abbott. Border Patrol stands with Greg Abbott. All those people putting out the fake news like, oh, there's going to be a civil war between Border Patrol and this and that. It's all for clicks.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
He shook my hand. He's like, man, I like that hat. I was like, well, thank you. And when he shook my hand, he had the challenge coin in his hand. So it was pretty cool.
And again, guys, if you're just tuning in, we are doing the Starlink challenge. We're trying to order a Starlink tonight so we don't run into the service issues we ran into yesterday. You can go to, it's a Venmo challenge, Venmo Oreo Josh, guys. So thank you. Got more and more media showing up out here.
Keep popping up. That's bad.
Well, move around a little, bud.
It is pretty warm out here today, but we got a
Sponsored by Big Pharma. Sponsored by Pfizer right here. All of them.
Clearly.
Okay, so Dave just messaged me. He's charging his phone completely up, and then he's going to head down this way. I sent him the link to this stream so that he can kind of pinpoint where he needs to go to and go from there.
Aaron, I would take
That guy's hat said it had barbed wire on it, and it said, "Come and take it," is what his hat said. Yeah. Yeah, I could hit that thumbs up, couldn't I? You know? Yeah. Yep. Hey,
bud.
Dave.
Hey,
Hey,
I love that you've got this stream going because he obviously got a press pass, and he's down there. Do you see that pink building? That pink building on the right side of the road as you're going up that hill.
Yep. That's where you are right now.
Yeah, I'm parked just on the other side of that.
You should be able to walk down. It didn't look like these guys have press passes on them.
Yeah, that's it's only press passes that they're letting by, and so I'm trying to find another way. But it's also they're not here yet, and I'm just I'm charging up. because I can't have my my phone, my audio, and my going at the same time as my charger, unfortunately. So I'm charging up to, and when they get here, I'm going to see them, and I can come back on.
Okay.
And then
No,
we can kind of cover that.
everybody here. You got 235 people sitting here, you know, rooting for
Awesome.
you to be able to get something going here, you know. And
Yeah. Any questions from the stuff we covered earlier? If there's been any questions when I've been out, I can do that when we come back because there'll be some time to talk.
yeah.
But also these politicians are just keeping, they're keeping people.
Yeah.
By the way, I went back and I talked to the Lori and her boyfriend about the problem that she's got with the caravan, and she started to explain it, and even had receipts, but I didn't get the whole explanation. But I'm always going to give somebody a chance and find out what the real story is as best I can. So I'll be able to share a little bit more on that later as well. But
Yeah.
but
Karen
anyway,
Hutchinson asks, my question is, why did Abbott wait 3 years? That's a really good question, but at the same time, would it have benefited him to do something 3 years ago?
Hey,
kind of thinking not. See, they look like they're walking off to the side there.
Hey, Hawk, could you? So yeah, as you turn that's towards the border. Obviously, that's towards the wide open spaces, the wide open area. And I'll be shooting. I'm up on that hill, so I'll be shooting over that.
Okay.
All right. And so will you take them to my tweet that is that covers that why didn't they do it 3 years ago? I don't know if you're able to find that easily, but that kind of answers it, and in a little more detail. I'm going to jump off, charge up, wait for them. I'm going to check back in with you here in about 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll be or as soon as I see them come, I'm going to be the first one to seize them because they're coming by me. They're coming by me. So I'll let you know when they're coming.
Okay.
All right, bud. Thank you.
Okay.
All
You're
right,
welcome. Okay. Trying to find. This might be it here.
Hello, my friends. David Snedeker here. Just wanted to connect with you on the way down to the Texas-Mexico border. I'm going into Eagle Pass, and I'm going to be going to the rally, the We the People Convoy rally, and I'm gonna go to that, and I'm gonna live stream that here on X, also on Rumble, the Indoctrination, no space. That'll be on that channel if you want to get on and chat. It'll also be on YouTube on Hawks Mustard Seeds 24. And
that's not the one. That's not the one. I am not seeing. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, Dave. I am not seeing it. Eagle Pass Part 2. There's us again, us again, us again. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Okay, and somebody sent me another link. You guys are killing me when you send me text when my mic is live. I know that goes right through. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, this is another. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, this is another.
Canadian Free Pass. They announced it. The cutoff time was Friday. By the time I seen what was going on, it was Friday night time, so I missed the cutoff time. And no exceptions.
See, and Dave is up there by this building right here where my mouse is. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse or not, but this is where he is. And I guess he didn't get his press pass. He didn't get there early enough to get one. So we need to pop back and forth between these guys. Let's go to here and go back to a live on this.
JLR investigates. JLR investigates. Wild scene out here, Shelby Park. Lots of children out here have just been detained by Border Patrol right outside Shelby Park. We've been here all week. Never seen this yet. I don't know where they came from, but they're children from Ecuador. They're children from Ecuador out here. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Right in front of Shelby Park, which is so wild because there's the National Guard and here is Border Patrol. Kids. The governor's going to be here shortly saying how secure Shelby Park is. Very windy out here. And look, people out here that got across.
Okay, so this is an earlier post. I got to get back to that other stream where they were live at the gate. Let's see if I can find where that stream went. Let's see, Oreo. Here we go. Because I don't believe that from what I gathered was that the guy didn't get a press pass. So in order to get down in this area. Yeah, just waiting on things to catch up. That's all.
So this is somewhat stop, but it's not. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Right. Stop. Right. So on the other side. Okay. Right. Yeah. Right.
I dressed up for you. No show, huh? We're waiting for the arrival of some governors here. They're letting the media in now, as you can see, those that were approved. We did not apply. When we looked at it, it was already closed. I guess it had to be put in by Friday. We were on the road traveling.
And the people, there's a lot of old ladies that live on the outskirts, by Quemado, El Indio area. What's going to happen when 10 people come into their home? The response time, we only have 4 sheriff deputies to respond, and it's already been happening, like a lot of stuff going on. And let's not even get into the fentanyl issue, right? I guarantee you that when all this is gone, those fields will be filled up with 9,000.
You really think? When do you think? Do you think they're only here for election year? Or you think this National Guard? How long do you think the National Guard's going to be here for?
I honestly think that, and again, this is just my honest opinion. I do a lot of research. I'm not just here, and I'm not talking out of my ass. I do a lot of research, and I see. They're just waiting for all of you guys to go. That's what's happening. They're being pulled up next door.
And you think once kind of
the
media goes away, then they'll reopen the park, or
they're not. I mean, unless Abbott holds the line, once all this is gone, it'll be filled up again. They'll find a way. The only thing that I feel for this community, Eagle Pass, is that a lot of my friends are Border Patrol agents, and a lot of them are Rangers, and then have a lot of friends also that are in the Texas military. And the biggest talk is the one that what do you do when your two best friends have orders to follow? What's going to happen? You know, I've heard through the grapevine, people keep saying that, you know, this is what do you call the first shots fired? Or is probably going to be here. Something that's happening.
Wow.
You know, and it's very, very, very uncertain. That's the ugly truth, you know.
Yeah, I've been talking to residents on both sides. You know, everyone has a say in this, you know, and people have different feelings and thoughts. And I really appreciate your insights. And thank you. Thank you for the conversation. Be safe.
Keep taking care of that dog. I know you're leaving, what, tomorrow?
Yeah, I am leaving tomorrow.
You coming back later on, or?
I'll probably be back. I don't know when.
I follow you live.
Yeah.
All right, so
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we got an entire. Now we got more protesters have arrived in this area. We got Red Palm, the Revolutionary Movement. It's all centered around Eagle Pass right here. It's almost like ground zero in this place. Now we have constables. They're directing traffic. Excuse me. And we have it's almost like two sides here, and I'm in the perimeter. I'm just showing you a lot of people out here going on all the way down. You can see people flying.
God bless America again.
They're trying to give you a whole perspective of the scene right here outside Eagle Pass. It's a growing amount of people out here. That's growing. Let me shrink this down. The growing amount of people that's growing around here in Eagle Pass. That's growing. And it's like two streets. So we're gonna see, like, when somebody with a sign there, it says, somebody said, I don't know, something about Idaho over there, a sign that's over there. So I'll take you down here real quick and show you, and then we'll come back up. Keep going for a walk. We shrink this up. We'll go down here and see what's going on here in Eagle Pass. Presence down here. And I'll go back up and see what's going on. Thanks for watching, everyone. JLR Investigates. It might buffer down here a little bit. We'll see if it does. Let me know. Back up the top of the room. I just want to show you the amount of scene around here. This is Shelby Park, and this is for media outlets that are going to actually go in for the press conference. I didn't RSVP. Unfortunately, I'm not going in. I didn't know you had to RSVP. But showing you everything around here, what's transpiring around here. The governor will be here shortly with a large group of Republican governors. This is the RSVP group here, and I'm just going to show you, take you around. We're going to take you around and show you what's going on. Look at that. A lot of media outlets are working their way in. And we'll go back up to the road. We'll go back up to the road. They got the whole place blocked off. The only thing is good for the media. Okay, so yeah, they're all going in for the press conference here. I'm gonna go back up to the road and just show you the crowd out here. We'll go back to the protesters. Hang out up there. Actually, the reception is pretty good there. And we'll see the convoy, whatever the governor, if the governor has a convoy or a convoy of, we'll go examine that. We'll see for ourselves what's going on. Thank you for the support, everyone. JLR Investigates. Out here in the scene in Eagle Pass. Been here all week. Tensions are high, for sure. Look at this. Let's see, they got a big flyer up here. Let's see what they got. Mind if I share? What do you got? What's going on?
We have a grandson and a daughter lost to fentanyl poisoning theirs last year or 2 years ago. We've been coming to.
I'm gonna come a little closer. It's hard to hear. No, it's all right because it's a little windy.
No problem. We're coming. We were at the rally yesterday, and we're visiting high schools. We're visiting anytime sheriff in Bexar County. Sheriff Salazar will call a meeting. We'll come present, try and talk to people, talk to kids, talk to anybody who will listen to try and get the awareness up of fentanyl. It's deadly poisonous, deadly addictive. Our grandson took one pill and passed. Their daughter took one pill and passed.
So with the fentanyl, are you saying that the fentanyl is coming over from
pouring over? China is providing the precursor. They call it precursors, which is the base foundation to make fentanyl. The cartels are producing it in their chem labs, and they're smuggling it over the border. It's just pouring over. It's coming by the hundreds of thousands.
Is this one of your loved ones?
That's our grandson. This is their daughter.
What's your grandson? What was his name?
Jake Ryan Baez, and he was 25 years old.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you. I appreciate
We're
it.
just trying to get
This is
the
our
awareness
daughter.
up because they're making fentanyl like everything. Oxycodone, Xanax, Percocet, whatever.
What was your daughter's name?
This is our daughter, Danica. She was 17.
17. Where are you guys from?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. So you're just gonna be out here all day?
Well, we were actually at the bill signing that Abbott had back in May. The 4 laws regarding fentanyl, making it murder, making it education, making all of those different things. And we thought this was going to be yet another open forum, but apparently something happened earlier and they pushed back the line. So we were just going to watch the consequences and show show our awareness across here.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for your time.
All right.
Pray
thank
for you guys. Be safe. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming out.
Congressional candidate for Public Texas District 19 on the ballot. You on the card? Yeah.
Sir, congressional candidate.
I got him beside here. Yeah, right there.
Hey, Hawk. Can you hear me?
Sir, JLR investigates. What brings you down here?
Ryan.
All right, Hawk, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Hawk, testing. Testing audio.
I think we're still coming through your phone microphone. Move your phone closer to your face and say something.
5 or no? I'm going to, let's see.
It's coming through your phone, Dave.
Some real streaming issues here.
Dave, can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me? How about now? Volume low. Only your phone, Dave, not through mic. Okay, so not through this. Okay. So I gave that one last shot. Now we're going to go away from that device, and we're going to go with the one that was working earlier. And I'm going to do an interview with a young lady here, and she's agreed to do an interview, and she lives here.
Oh, your audio's gone. Your audio just
Can
went
you hear
bye-bye.
me, buddy?
Up there you go. Now I can hear you. Can you hear me? Whoop, we lost you. He'll be right back. Yeah, he's been trying to get that little microphone that's got the rabbit coating on it to cut back the wind working. So we'll see if he gets it working this time. Hopefully he'll be able to hear us as soon as he's in. Dave, can you hear me? Are you there, Dave?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, now yep. Yeah, we
All
just
right.
couldn't hear you from that other microphone. So
Yeah, I tried it one more time because I'm going to do an interview, so I wanted to try to get that on. Yeah, so Abbott obviously not here yet, but remember that pink house I pointed out?
yeah, the pink building.
Hold on.
So key. Sound dropped again. Let's see.
Let me know when you can hear me, brother.
Okay, I can hear you, and we can
¿Cómo
see
se
you.
llama? Juan, David. All right, you can hear me. Okay.
Yep.
So I'd like to introduce you to, okay? Yeah. To Juan and Imelda, right? And they live in that pink house that you were seeing on Oreo right up the hill. And they outlook, let me show, can we walk this way a little bit? I'm going to show you where they live. There is down there is where you guys are seeing some of the see that down there? So that's what you're looking up from. That's the gate. That's the National Guard gate. Do you see that, Hawk?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I muted myself so we didn't have any background
Okay.
interference.
So then I'm gonna talk to them a little bit, but I wanted just to see where I was, talking from.
Yeah, where they're sitting at, there's no wind or anything. So you got
Yeah,
good, clear
so I'm
audio.
going-
I'm going to
yeah.
mute myself so that
Okay, great.
and your full screen, so everybody gets to
Great.
see. There's 250 people
So
watching.
we'll put the border behind us. Yeah. Okay. So this again is Imelda and Juan, and they live here. And Imelda was talking to me about how many people have been coming across the border, which has been in the thousands. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And every day, right? Every day before they put the National Guard came in and put up the razor wire.
Yes, right.
Right. So thousands per day were streaming in, were coming through. And since they put up the razor wire and the National Guard have been here, would you say maybe 100 or a couple hundred per day?
Yes, now it's at least 200
At
per
least
day.
200 per day.
per day.
And how long have you and Juan lived here?
5 years.
5 years. And were you seeing that consistently every day during those 5 years, or just since Joe Biden has been in office?
Since Joe Biden take the power.
Okay. So when Trump was in office, what was going on here? Like, how many were passing through per day, and what was different about the difference between when he was in office and Joe Biden came into office and the amount of people coming across?
As much difference when Trump was in the office. We didn't see so much movement of illegals here. No comparison.
Yeah. And you were saying that this area is the local politicians are Democrat. Yeah.
Yes, they are the chief of the police, the mayor of the city, the sheriff. They are Democrats.
Okay. And do you find that they're in collusion with Biden and the whole story of opening up the borders? Are they on board with that?
They are. Biden is for open borders.
Yes.
Yes. And we are tired of this.
Tired of this.
Uh-huh. Because it's is too um,
Too much.
it's too much people entering to our country illegally,
Yes.
and this must stop.
What's it like living, here and looking out and being able to see the sheer number of people that started coming in under Biden? What is it? What's the feeling that you and Juan go through every night when you're looking out your window? Hold on, wait a minute. What? So, how do you feel when you look out your window and you see the thousands of people that are coming across that didn't used to be that way?
That's uh, bother to
Bother.
us,
Yeah.
bother to us because it doesn't should be passing. Um, and we need a president that um,
Understands the importance of the border being secured.
yes, and apply the laws, immigration laws.
They're not being adhered to right now, are they?
No, they no.
Yeah.
We see often we see the DPS um, right front of our house, stopping illegals on this street.
And this is the street that Imelda's talking about here, right there.
And adios. And that is not good.
And when they stop them, what do you see them doing? Do they let them go, or do they take them somewhere?
The people are frequently run.
They run.
They
Okay.
run.
Okay.
But DPS stop them, and then they talk to the border patrol, and the border patrol come and take them and the their trucks,
Yeah.
and take them to the immigration
Processing.
process.
Yeah, which I went by last night. That's out on the main road. There, right out on the main road. There's a big facility, new facility out there, Border Patrol facility where they take them. Yeah.
Yes, and there is a facility for processing the illegals about 2 or 3 miles to the north.
2 or 3 hours to the north, or miles. I'm sorry. Yeah, miles.
To the north. It's a big campus.
Is it on the highway? Do you know the highway?
I don't.
Or is it a fort, or what's the?
This is an ranch.
A ranch. Okay.
A ranch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the ranch name?
I know it, but
if you
I
think
don't
of
remember.
If you think of it, let me know, because I'd like to check that out later and see what's going on up there as well.
Okay.
But so, how long have you two been together, married?
28 years.
28 years. That's fantastic. What's the secret? Is it him not interrupting you? Juan hasn't interrupted you once, I've noticed. I think is that the secret to a long, happy marriage?
But I don't answer the question.
Okay. Juan, you got any thoughts? I appreciate you. You weren't going to come on because of your limited English, but I
Yes.
gotta say, thank you. You did great. You did really great, and I really appreciate you doing that because that's just stepping outside of the comfort zone. But I think you also understand the importance of getting this message out, right? Of what was really happening, and to be able to speak to a couple that is literally looking out your window in your yard and seeing this going on every day. It must be very frustrating
Yes.
to
Yes.
be
It is.
to be American and to see this happening.
Yes. It is.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you.
Glad to. Sir. Glad to. Everybody's gone. To serve.
Yeah. Well, muchas gracias, and I'll see. Thank you for this access.
Okay.
All right. All the best. Bye bye. Hey, Gary, what do you think?
Now you're following me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to come on camera with me?
Do I have to strip?
No, I don't want to lose viewers. I don't want to.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
Yeah, this is my new friend Gary, and he and I. And your doggy is remind me.
Storm.
Storm. That's right.
Oh, he heard me. He's coming.
So this is where they're looking out. That's their window, right there, and then there's Storm right there.
I see.
And this is what they're looking at, and there's the Rio Grande right there, and right in the middle of the Rio Grande is the actual border, technically, and so they were just saying that. And by the way, how is keep me abreast of the audio. I'll try to do the best I can with all this wind.
Yeah, you just stepped into the wind.
Okay.
Where you were, there was no wind at all.
Yeah, I know. But then we don't get the view. And by the way, where did everybody go? Do you know?
They went inside, down to your left, Dave. If you're in the direction you're looking over to the left, on the other side of that building, there is another gate that most everybody went into. But a bunch of people weren't able to get press passes because they had RSVP by last Friday, and they weren't made aware of that.
Well, I'm going to go down now. I'm going to get down there. Gary, I'm going to go down if you want to come this way. Okay. So because I'm on private property, and so I'm able to get down this way, and you know, a little treacherous, but
you just got to make sure that they don't think you're sneaking into Mexico.
Yeah, right. Right. So, and here we are. Is that easy? So this is where all the hubbub is about, bub.
Yeah. So now, if you look to your left down there, Dave, once you get to the road.
Yeah. That was the gate I was trying to get down to last night. And they weren't letting me down, but Joe also gave me that go ahead on that, along with my friend gave me the go ahead on that holding facility that we kind of saw.
Yep.
Right. And
I think that place that she's talking about, Dave, might be that one that you saw those strange lights up in the hill. You know, you were talking about. Maybe that's the ranch area that she's talking about, that they've been taking the illegals to.
She basically she did the wrong that was the opposite direction that she was pointing me in.
Okay.
So
where you see that car there on the right hand side of the road, that's where everybody was gathered.
Okay, that's where I'm at now. I mean, obviously you can see that, but yeah. So it looks like they're not letting any of the press through.
Only ones with press passes.
Okay, and of course, I'm guessing now. Is Oreo inside?
No, Oreo's right there.
Okay, because because the that's the other thing is I don't think it's so much about getting the press pass a week ahead of time. I think it has more to do with are you the press that we want to be a part of this?
Oh, absolutely. So Oreo should be to your right, across the road there.
Yes.
Should be right in there.
Okay.
I would just say, who's Oreo?
I'm not seeing the description. I'll find out.
Just ask who, if anybody knows who Oreo is.
Hey guys, how you doing? Anybody know who Oreo is?
Yeah, he's up there. He's up there.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's up on the corner.
He's got a yellow media jacket on. It says Oreo Express.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yep. Where are you all from?
All over.
I'm Dave Snedeker.
So that guy in front of you right there with the red hat, he is running for office there.
Awesome, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
The guy in the red hat is running for office, Dave.
April. Brian, pleasure. And you're running for office where?
U.S. House 19.
Okay, cool. We got about, I don't know, how many we got on?
About 300 people, Dave.
About 300 people, but that's not counting X. But we're X and let's see, what are we on? YouTube on Hawk's channel because I've been booted, and Facebook.
That's what happens.
Yeah, so he's having me on his channel, Hawk's Mustard Seed. So say hi, Hawk.
I was banned on
Thank you
TikTok
very much,
yesterday
guys.
For streaming the event.
You were banned on TikTok for streaming the event.
We were doing the official stream too.
Is that right?
TikTok knocked us out about an hour and 5 minutes into it for misinformation.
And the misinformation was you said you were younger than you are. Is that what that is? Okay.
What's the name of his channel?
Right.
Is he on YouTube?
What's your channel now that you're off
Freedom
TikTok?
Print Shop, but
freedomprintshop.com.
We're officially.
Oh, so you were doing the takeourborderback.com. Okay, very cool. By the way, that's me. And I want to hear about you guys what you got going on here. So tell us about again your name and for the viewers, please.
My name's Ryan Zink. I'm a congressional candidate for U.S. House 19. For the last 3 years, I've been a political prisoner. I was a January 6th defendant facing 22 years in prison for being a journalist on the grounds of January 6th. During my incarceration, I was poisoned, and they would put chemicals in my food. And then finally, after they got tired of, I guess, hearing me talk about everything, they put raw chicken in my water pipes to sabotage my drinking water. I went in at 180 pounds and came out at 130. After finally getting out of jail, I came back and I reached out to like 65 different congressmen, and none of them would help me. So I decided to run for office and to make a difference and stand in the gap for the American people, to make sure that somebody always had a voice and was an advocate for what was going on in America. And today I'm here at the border because I stand with Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton on their fight against the corrupt Biden administration. You know, the Biden administration has been utilizing the FBI as a long arm or extension of the law to target Trump supporters and other people like myself, when in the matter of fact, all we are First Amendment loving, Second Amendment loving, freedom people who believe in events like this. Like, we need to shut down sex trafficking. There's fentanyl that's killing thousands of Americans a year. And that's why I came down here to Shelby Park, because I wanted to witness firsthand for the people in District 19, 33 counties, thousands and thousands of people. They deserve to see the truth about what is going on, not just be told, well, this is what I saw in the media or this is what I read in a news article. I came down here to make sure that I could tell them exactly what the situation is that's going on this weekend. And I brought some great friends with me, like Sheriff Joshua James here, running for governor of New Mexico. You know, this is the kind of people that you get down here at the border.
Thank you, man. Incredible story. I was there at J6, and because of what you have sacrificed, I am just so grateful that, still looking over my shoulder, but so grateful. I consider you absolute prisoners of war, and that we're in a war, and this incredible sacrifice that you have gone through, just being there and just, trying to stop the steal like we were there. I mean, that's all we were doing, is we were trying to, say, hey, wait a minute, this election was completely stolen, and we got a problem with that. And so what do? In order to take the focus away from the actual election, the actual problem, they take us to the problem of the J6, and they demonize us, right? Demonize you, and criminalize you, to put the focus that you're the bad guy, right? And that totally takes that focus away from the actual reason why we were there in the first place, and that was just to say this election was stolen. And I love that you're here, because I kind of feel like that J6 and this are the bookends to this ridiculous show that we're watching here.
Yes.
And I think this is very significant. Can you speak to the significance that you think this moment is all about? And talk about the states of Joshua. I'd love to get you on as well. And feel free to step in, by the way, and field the questions that I'm throwing out. But in the sense that, what do you feel is the importance here to be here, and what are you hoping will come out of this?
So I feel that the importance of being here is to, one, just be informed. Be here in person. Don't rely on what we see so many times, is where fake media comes in. I've been with the Take Your Border Back convoy for the last 5 days-ish, somewhere around there, about 4.5, 5 days. And, all over the place, they were saying, oh, well, this is just a bunch of, rednecks who are going out there. This was a prayer visual for our country, that we would be able to come down and put the one true God back in the head of the place where we need to have him, and which is down here, because there has been lawlessness and just reckless abandon by Alejandro Mayorkas and Joe Biden and the rest of the people who are in charge over there. And it's about time that somebody stood up, took charge of the border down here. I'm standing at the gates of Shelby Park right now. There's 14 different governors. This should have happened years ago, where they got together and tried to shut this down, because the border is not just a Texas issue, a New Mexico issue, an Arizona issue, and a California issue. This is an American issue. Every single one of these illegal immigrants that comes over here, it raises inflation, because we have to take on the burden as taxpayers to offset the cost of the hospital trips, of everything else that comes through. Now, that's not to say that we're targeting the immigrants, because America was founded as a country of immigrants. But the single most important thing that we have is that they're coming here illegally. It's just like there is one way to get into the United States. Anything else is wrong. And if you are not enforcing, to detain and deport, just like Donald Trump was doing whenever he was in office, then you are breaking the law. At the end of the day, that's it. Game over. It is against the law. There is a way to get here. Send them back. And this is why I came out here, because I wanted to see exactly for myself what it was going to take to make sure that we close our borders, because it is not just the American economy that is suffering. The immigrants that are coming here are being abused, mishandled. We have children that are being raped. We have women that are being raped. We have all kinds of illicit substances that are coming across the border, not to mention the IEDs, all of the hand grenades, the guns, the rocket launchers that have been coming down through here. I know personally of a DPS trooper that was out with my father, that they found a young girl that had been going with a particular group of immigrants that were walking through the United States. And when they took this little girl into the hospital, she had been raped so many times that she had about 50 different DNAs inside of her once they got the conclusive results back. We have to do better than that. There is absolutely no excuse as Americans for us to take a sideline on this issue when this needs to be done immediately.
Was this the one that reached the news a while back?
Yes, it was.
Okay, all right. Joshua, what do you have to add to all this? And it's very, by the way, amazing. Yeah, spot on.
Well, as we all should know by now, this is an absolute distraction. You go 5 minutes either way. Outside of this, you got everything wide open. you know, if all these other states are bringing their guard, they better be plugging every hole there is. Otherwise, there's nothing to it. And we actually, Tennessee just announced the other day that their guard was actually coming here to speed the process up of getting these immigrants in. We saw this guard right here. You know, I know they're just following orders, but they actually stopped the traffic at the port of entry, and they're walking right across the bridge.
You can see it right here. If you look behind us, there's people walking across the bridge right now.
Yeah, this is the port. This is the port.
So Arizona border has absolutely no border patrol. The whole thing is wide open. We got 3 counties in New Mexico that are sanctuary counties. The sheriffs are absolutely allowing them right in. All of our elected or selected officials are actually being forced to be in dereliction of duty. And of course, they're following those unlawful orders.
Hold on, brother. Sorry about that, guys. I was needing to shift both micro. There we go. All right.
There we go. Now we got you. Yep, you're back. Well, you were. Now you. Oh, we lost him. He'll be back. He'll be back. Good interview so far.
All right, Hawk, you got me back. All right, brother.
Yep, we got you back. Let me get you full screen again.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to Josh.
So we're actually filming a documentary on the open border and the trafficking that's coming across. And while the distraction and the media and all the eyes in the world are right here in Eagle Pass, we got anywhere from 5 to 25 people a day hiking up, mules hiking up 6,000 feet elevation in Arizona and New Mexico, hauling in 75-pound packs full of fentanyl and anything else. This is all happening. It's not being stopped. We actually have sheriffs and different entities that are actually participating and are the intercepted point for these mules that are coming across the border. So while all the eyes are here talking about all this nonsense, we have these other things that are happening. And honestly, it comes in through Florida and it comes in through Oregon and Washington and New York, right in through the harbors, all while this is while we're being distracted from all that. And we need to have eyes and boots on the ground because we are the media, right? Your First Amendment, your freedom of the press. So we need everybody waking up to this, which is part of what this whole convoy was. I actually was on the convoy from Jacksonville all the way down to Dripping Springs and to here.
Awesome. I was up in Dripping.
Okay, yeah,
I live up there.
It was amazing.
Yeah, great. It's great. Great rallies, and I was there yesterday. But I felt like we were away from what was really happening. So I came down here yesterday, and I wanted to share. I just interviewed the elderly couple that lives in that house right up there, that pink house, and that's how I got down here, because you had to have a press credential to get down here, right? Or I don't know how you just found a way, right?
You know your rights or you have none.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right. I want to hear more about that. But so they basically have lived here 5 years. They were here when Trump was in office. They saw, maybe your occasional stragglers coming through, right? Since Biden's been in office, well, since it got kicked into gear, thousands per day coming right through here. Like, they're literally looking out their window and seeing this happen right across the Rio Grande right here, and not being stopped and being allowed to come through. Since 3 weeks ago, there were still thousands coming through per day. Since the National Guard came in and since they started doing their job, she still says there's a couple hundred. Okay, so they're not stopping it completely, but what a difference, right? And they're Republican.
That just means they're being shifted somewhere else.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I went down. I was just on a private property down this way, and driving along the pecan farm, right? Driving along, and the barbed wire had clothes in it. The razor wire had all kinds of clothes in it. So there was razor wire right on the bank of the Rio Grande. And there were actual stairs built into the bank on the other side to make it easier for them to come down to the river to get across. And it was just tragic. And I asked about why, the police officer, why they don't clean that up. And he said, well,
They used to, but it would just keep coming back. It was just too much. It was too much. And so too much energy was being spent on this. So because it's absolutely fascinating to me that they're actually leaving these clothes sitting around, right?
Well, once they get here, they get new clothes. They get plenty of the funds to be able to buy anything they want. So.
Right. And so that's what's amazing. And even like last night, I said to the police officers, I said, I think the biggest problem that the American people have is that we're not allowed to come down here. But if you go in from the other side, I was actually thinking about going over there and then just, coming over here, right?
Well, and let's not forget that when Abbott and DeSantis sent the illegal immigrants to the Vineyard and to these different places in New York, they're actually committing treason by sending illegal immigrants into the interior. Okay, and also one thing that most people don't know is that from the border 100 miles into the interior is Homeland Security Zone. So we as Americans need to start filing criminal charges in the federal court through Title 18, 1985, Section C. You don't need a lawyer. We can all go do this.
Could you say that again so that they can look this up?
Sure. Title 18, 1985, Section C. An American can charge another American with criminal charges. So we got to go after head of Homeland Security and Border Patrol, as well as our governors and sheriffs, so to be honest, for being in dereliction of duty. You have to go in their private capacity. You can't go in their titles. You have to take them privately because their private capacity decided to be in dereliction of duty and not uphold their constitutional oath. I'm in New Mexico. I ran for constitutional sheriff in Bernalillo County, which is the largest county in New Mexico, 830,000 population out of 2 million in the whole state. And the governor tried to take our Second Amendment away in Bernalillo County.
Yeah.
And she straight up said, sitting right there next to the sheriff that was selected, because that was the third most rigged election in that state during those primaries, that her oath and the Constitution are not absolute. That sheriff should have stood up and arrested her for treason right there. Hold your sheriffs accountable, because they absolutely are the strongest power in the county. They can tell the feds to get out. They can... Any elected official in that county that's in dereliction of duty, meaning they're not upholding their constitutional oath, they can remove them from office. We can hold special elections. They can take over the courts. They can take over the jails. They can take over the local police department if they're also in dereliction of duty, violating the rights of the people. So just because this is Homeland Security Zone, and just because a governor gives orders, or the federal government gives orders, doesn't mean that your sheriff, your mayors, your governors, all the elected officials in your counties and your cities and your municipalities have the right to then violate the rights of the people. In this country, we are kings and queens. Our ancestors fought and died, shed blood across this land for this country, for these documents, including the ancestors of all those that are rebelling against America, which means that these elected officials are rebelling against America. And the only way it ends is when we put a stop to it. Nobody else can stop it. There's nobody coming to save us unless Jesus walks down those steps and lands right here. It is our duty. Remember, Jesus said we can do everything he did and more and greater. So we have to unite. We have to step up. We have to start learning the laws that we were not taught, because we have all been indoctrinated. Yeah. So it's time we come together, figure out the solutions, take action, and bring this country back, man. Bring God back to this country.
That's the indoctrination. That's the name of my show, and started this in 2018, and most shows are live, and just we basically have been exposing all these things all along the way, like in real time as they're happening, and the stolen election and pretty much everything. And when you think about it, the people that are awake, right? Which we can all agree that we're all awake. And mind if I share some other new friends here? Go ahead and introduce yourself.
April Sparks. You can find me on X at April Spark 1890. Full on independent journalist covering.
Give that address again.
Okay, my tag is on X. It's April Spark 1890, and I've been covering San Antonio and that illegal migrant center and this border. So there's plenty of footage on my site. Hit it up.
Great, thank you. And you?
Brian Betancourt, and you can find me next as Brian Spartan 1999, same as Instagram, and as Brian Lazarus on YouTube.
Awesome. Thank you. So, so we've been covering this mess that is the Biden administration, right? Guys, is there any bit of this that you believe is orchestrated to awaken the masses? Because that's where I keep going back to, because it's like if you and I took over a flower shop, right? And I don't know the first thing about flowers, right? It would probably not be successful, but it wouldn't lose. We wouldn't run it into the ground as quickly as this administration is running things into the ground, because we would have to intentionally, like literally, cut off the heads of the flowers as they were being dropped off to us for us to arrange and to get off. So to that question, what do you think about that concept of that this is being done purposely to awaken the masses? And that's where Q comes in, and that's a another conversation I'd be open to. Actually, if you're running for office, don't comment on that, because they'll make you out to be a loon.
I'm an open book, and there's a lot of things they'll come after me for, and I'm not worried about that, man. My life's an open book, and
cool.
And I put full armor of God on. I'm just walking in my truth.
Beautiful.
Trust me, running for governor, running for sheriff, being a sheriff was not in my bucket list of things to do. But
Right.
It takes Americans to step up and do these things so that we can ensure that we have honesty and transparency, and that we're operating by the letter of the law, by our Constitution, that we're protecting the people of our cities, counties, districts, states, and the country. At the end of the day, to me, it's when it comes to any of these people, when it comes to Abbott or anybody else, it's what they're not doing. And there's so much more that they're not doing. Once again, it's just, hey, look over here. Let's appease the people by doing this little thing. If we're going to have the Guard coming from all over the country, we need to see those Guard, like I said, actually plugging holes, actually doing things. We need to see everybody in that 100-mile buffer zone, all those sheriffs detaining and bringing them back to the border. Those sheriffs aren't detaining people and bringing them back to the border, which is their duty under Homeland Security.
Right.
They're allowing them to continue into the interior. And outside of that 100-mile zone, all those sheriffs absolutely have the right to detain, take them back to that 100-mile zone. The sheriffs then need to release them to a sheriff to then bring back to the border. You're not seeing any of this happen. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And I have all respect for badges, and anybody wants to step up and put their life on the line every day.
Right.
But they have a duty to our Constitution. Period. The end.
Yeah. And if you're looking at that situation, would you say that the sheriffs are creating treason by not doing their constitutional duty?
Absolutely. And when they are going for advice, they're going to the attorneys above them. Because at the end of the day, our states are a for-profit corporation. The municipalities, the cities, the counties, they're all also for-profit corporations that are incorporated. And so at the end of the day, the victim is the state, because it's revenue. All right. Yeah. Sheriffs are never, ever, remember, statutes and codes are not law. And that was ruled by the Supreme Court. Okay, statutes and codes were created to govern law enforcement and elected officials. But to be honest, there's no law enforcement in this country. There's no law enforcement in this country. In order to be law enforcement, you must enforce the law. The law is the Constitution. Yes. And you also must be bonded. None of our elected officials take an oath to the State of the Union, meaning the original Constitution, yet they give a State of the Union address every year. Also, none of them get bonded. They have insurance policies, which was also ruled down by the Supreme Court in Nebraska in 1956, somewhere right around there, and another time before that. They have to have skin in the game, because that's how we, the people, hold them accountable. When it comes to the remedy and recourse inside of our laws for us to take action against them not upholding their duty, they've written statutes against that. And that's unconstitutional. Statutes must be in line with the Constitution. 9th Amendment, you don't get to interpret the Constitution as you please. Yeah. 10th Amendment, you're only granted the powers the Constitution gives you. We don't serve our servants, they serve us. We need to put them back in their place. We've got to hold their feet to the fire. We all need to start filling out affidavits and showing all the laws that are being broken. We need to get 2 witnesses on those affidavits. We need to put them into the county clerk's office on the court of record. We also need to start filing complaints against our sheriffs and all these other elected officials for what they're doing with witnesses and put them on the county record. And we need to en masse. We can't have one person or a little group doing these things. We got to have millions of people in every state sending these things, serving them to the sheriffs, and force them to do their job. And if they don't do their job, we have the right to remove them. Okay,
Yes.
They've already done things improperly, but we as Americans have the power to pardon and forgive them if they step up and do the right thing. If Abbott steps up and does the right thing, we have the right to pardon and forgive him, and we can keep him there. Otherwise, we have the right to remove him and put somebody in office that's going to protect all of us.
Joshua, is there some place that you have like some of these ideas and suggestions on how to do this, and can you share that with everybody?
I pumped out a lot of videos on this on TikTok. My TikTok was also removed yesterday for violent behavior and whatever else they were saying.
I felt violence with you right away as soon as I met you. I'm
I-
glad that TikTok is on top of that and taking care of business. So
I love America, man. I'm running for office so that I can save our state, so that I can put the power of the people back in their hands, so that I can remove the federal agencies from New Mexico, so that it can bring all of our badges into constitutional law enforcement
Amazing.
as it should be,
Yeah.
so that we can open up every avenue that leads the people of my state into prosperity, which is the duty of every elected official. If anything hinders you, if it hinders your business, if it hinders your family, then they are in dereliction of duty. We are kings and queens, they're our servants, and that's exactly how we need to see everything work.
When will your TikTok channel be back? Is it like a week ban or something? Or?
Well, no, they absolutely ended it. I didn't get a chance to appeal or nothing.
Oh,
but
geez.
we have some teams of TikTokers that have amazing followings, and they're going to start putting it out to get everybody to send emails in and flood them and try to get me back in. I do have a backup page. That's G-O-V, Joshua James. And on every other platform, Sheriff Joshua James, or on X, Sheriff J. James. And you can find me
Sheriff J. James.
all over the place.
Okay. I'm at Dave Snedeker on X. And,
I've heard your name before.
Okay, thank you, man.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
thank you. I've been at this a long time, and I'm always honored when people have heard of me or know my work that I've done, because this is. We didn't know this was going to be a marathon when it started. You know what I mean?
We're live on TikTok.
Oh, cool. Hey, everybody. David
Yes, thank you,
Snedeker.
Don.
What's amazing to me is that we started off in a sprint. I did 60 days in a row. I did, so many shows that we were doing 6-7 days a week, right? And it was like, then it was like, what's going on here? Then I had to taper back a little bit because I thought this was going to be over a while ago.
Right.
And it wasn't because I misread the drops.
It's because that was our hope. And
It was our hope. It was the optimism. I'm an eternal optimist. I'm a realist as well, but I honestly thought that there was enough information out there that we were going to be able to make this break.
we have to feel pain. We all have to have war come to our doorstep. Everything's got to be put on the line. Our families, our religions, our education, our hobbies, our jobs. Before we get to the point, to that precipice where we're ready to stand up and say, we're not going to take this anymore. We got to feel that pain. But also, yes, future proofs past. The further we go along, we start to see, I see why it's taken this long. I get it. But the world is stepping up. The world has backed us on this convoy. Last night we had the Australians come on. We some generals in the military. Same thing in South Africa. We've been in coordination with the Netherlands, with France, with Germany, and all those that are stepping up. We see them stepping up and forcing change. If we all, in one day, in reality, one day, if we all stood up, we could end this.
Yes.
There's more of us than there are them. They are just the pesky little fleas, the gnats, the no-see-ums, the mosquitoes that are just flying around us and poking us. And we gotta put an end to that.
You said that everybody's got to feel pain, right? I've been saying that for a while because of what Q told us, and because Q said
only at the precipice will people engage in the process. Only at the precipice will they find the will to create change. And you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. And that is why I was asking you about the show, in the sense that we have to, everyone has to wake up, because when you also said, the truth will put 99% of people in the hospital, because their minds are going to explode when they realize, the things that are coming across the border, the stories of young girls being raped, and this is a reality that happens every damn day.
And those of us that have been boots on the ground, are boots on the ground, have been for a very long time.
Yeah.
We see it firsthand, man. There's a lot of narratives that get thrown out. There's a lot of people regurgitating other people's nonsense.
Yeah.
I definitely got to do your due diligence, and I know not a lot of people have the time to do that. That's why in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, it was only 2 to 4% of the population that actually stood up and fought, and they won.
Yeah.
Right now, I believe that we're about 30%, give or take, of this country that would fight that war. And that's way more than we ever did in the past. And we don't need a revolution. We don't need a civil war. We've already done that.
Right.
It doesn't matter that some of these dissenters that don't want to be educated, that have been deceived by the evildoers on this planet.
Yep.
It's those of us that get it. It's those of us that are awake. Those of us that are boots on the ground. Those of us that have taken the time to wake up.
Yeah.
As a sheriff, I can't begin to tell you the amount of evidence that's come my way against anything and everything trafficking. I mean, families whose daughters are things that are happening by our government officials, by these people that are supposedly elected by us. And if I get this, I know all these other sheriffs get this. And now you don't see investigations being done.
Yeah.
I had a whole team. I had 3 detectives in Florida that took on the investigations that absolutely would have caused them to lose their jobs. And they did it on their own time, on their own dime. And they started seeing exactly what I told them they'd see. And trust me, evil things that come right back up to the very top of this country. And when they finally created the reports and gave them to their bosses, to the uppers, they were fired from law enforcement in Florida, never allowed to work in law enforcement ever again. And this is in a red state where they have 1,000 people a day still moving to Florida.
Did they have any recourse?
Man, I'll just tell you, I had to really talk through one. He wanted to take his own life, man. His whole life was over. That's what he's always done. He's invested all
Can you
his...
imagine? I mean, I'm sure
It's
you have,
sad.
because you
Makes
stood
me
up.
wanna cry right now.
You stood up against the governor of New Mexico, like you said, who was trying to take away our Second Amendment. We all read that, Hawk, right? We all read about this story.
Fox News literally put me on the news and let me talk treason. They literally put treason in the
that
title.
was huge. That was huge. And because even though I've warned people about Fox for a lot of years, there's a certain amount of awakening that's coming up through the mainstream, right? What we're seeing with Tucker Carlson, what we're seeing with Elon Musk. I am of the belief that that Twitter, I proved that Twitter was under control of Q or the White Hats early on, before Musk, because of the way that they had the code. They couldn't have done what they did with Twitter without the code. And one of those was Melania's tweet from 2013, and the other was from a Donald Trump tweet that did not take the same shape and size when you clicked on it as all the others. And there were little clues to let us know that that was happening, and also clues from Hillary's tweets and Huma Abedin's tweets, who, when you went to their timestamp into the drops, it was devastating information about the Clinton Foundation, about Anthony Weiner and his computer, and the life insurance, and the Huma Abedin and the Muslim Brotherhood. And it's like, if you and I are hanging out and you're sending tweets, and you're the first one mentioned in the drops, and you know that there's timestamps that people will look into the drops, and you're sending a tweet, I'm like, Joshua, wait 1 minute, because this next minute has nothing to do with you.
The comms are coming out even faster and harder than they ever have at this point. I mean, Trump last week, I think, was asked, what do you think is going to happen with Biden? And he straight up said, my personal opinion I believe he'll be removed, and I believe they will too. And they're all gonna be complicit in the crimes. The whole administration is gonna go down. Kamala won't be president. None of those things.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I believe that Trump would be reinstated. There's definitely so much more going on behind the scenes than the average person is ever going to know. And if you're new to this from the time of 2017, any time in between that you've jumped into this information, you took a dive down that rabbit hole, trust me, over 30 years of diving down that rabbit hole, we're constantly going down it. There's so much to learn. You can't know it all, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of investment. Some of us have been doing that a long time. So,
Is that how long you've been awake?
Oh man, I was. The information was pumped to me as a little kid, and yet I was still put into the Democrat Party at 19. I was a delegate and treasurer.
Wow.
I did help Hillary Clinton and John Kerry and Dennis Kucinich and so many others on their campaigns. I was in.
So
DC.
you were the one. You were.
In 2005, I traveled the country with Cindy Sheehan. I went to George Bush's ranch. We were protesting 9/11 and the war.
Wow.
And there was a point because of George Bush. I just thought Republicans were bad. I never thought in a million years that I'd ever become a Republican or run for sheriff or do any of the things that I'm doing now. But you know, I have a 15-year-old son. You know, I thought my education was bad in Texas. Oh my God. Going 16 years with my son in New Mexico schools, we're 50th in education. We're last place in everything good and first place in everything bad.
So when you look into some of the work of like Charlotte Iserbyt and some of the people that have been calling out the Department of Education for quite a long time, she did a Freedom of Information Act and actually pulled up the Department of Education in the state of Pennsylvania. Their actual mission was not to educate, but to create conformity.
Right.
They are succeeding at creating conformity. They are succeeding at grooming our children, of discussing things that they never should discuss with our children. I've got a 15-year-old daughter, you know, and it's, but we have her in a private education that is very much against a lot of the things, but still has some woke agenda, right? Which is this weird kind of manipulation of our compassion in order to create right? It's like the people that
Pride
are
will be the downfall of man.
yeah. You know, pride goeth before the fall. You know, the our egos are, you know, when my compassion is affected by an event, I have to take a high road. I have to show people how important I am and what I'm going to do and how concerned I am, and that all goes to the ego. Look at me and what I'm doing. Have they done it?
It's done. All over.
So,
takes a photo
Hey,
op.
hey Dave.
Yeah.
Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you ask him if he's looked into Ingersoll Lockwood?
11 governors down
I
here.
will. Hold on a sec. They were there. You know, they're done with the meeting. Hog.
Wow. That fast. That big of an issue, and it only takes 10 minutes? Really? Seriously?
Yeah. Is that unbelievable? How long have they been doing this? How long were they there? 45 minutes, Hawk. That's it. Right?
That's ridiculous.
You know? And how many governors made it? I heard 14 were coming. But 45 minutes to talk about this issue. And were any of the mainstream covering this live? I mean, I know CNN was here.
I'd assume that they'd all be here. I bet there's probably Fox and probably ABC. They share coverage anyways.
Hey, before we get separated, I didn't get tell people where they can find you and how they can support your mission, your run.
All right, so you can go to ryanzink.vote, RYANZINK.vote, and you can also follow me at RyanZ4Congress on X, and then at Real Ryan Z on Truth Social. Since I have a lifetime ban from Facebook and Instagram for being at the Capitol on January 6th, those are the only two platforms that you have to be able to find me.
So you guys make sure you're paying attention to what Tucker Carlson has going on this week. He's in Russia, by the way, if you didn't know that.
Yeah, right.
So let's get ready for probably an Edward Snowden interview and a Vladimir Putin interview. Try to see where things are going. It's that's RYANZINK.vote. If you'd like to donate to my campaign or vet me out, send me an email on there. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, thank you. And Joshua
Get
also,
his-
yeah.
Make sure you get his contact information because, you know, it'd be really good if you guys did a podcast together where
Yes.
you could get a very seriously in-depth interview with him.
Huck's telling me that make sure we get connected because I would really love to get you guys in a studio interview and really do this, you know, justice and talk about whatever you want to talk about and get back to that. So before we get out of here.
And we'll put him on Facebook. We'll put him on YouTube. We'll put him on X.
Yeah, I'll
So-
tell him that too. Did you hear that? My buddy said, we'll put him on YouTube. We'll put him on Facebook because that's what he's doing with me because I've been banned out of this. So that's Hawks Mustard Seeds 24 on YouTube.
Man, I've been censored from all those things since before it was cool. Now we're all censored, man.
Yeah.
So you can't even find me looking me up on
Yeah.
Facebook.
Yeah, try calling the pandemic 8 months before it happened. All right.
My political page you can find. That's Joshua James, the number 4, New Mexico on Facebook.
Okay, awesome. I imagine you're getting a lot of other sheriffs that are coming to you and saying, hey, man, I love what you're doing, like, or no?
You know, over the last year, I've had a lot of sheriffs contact me from all over the country. I travel around with groups. We get seminars teaching them how to be constitutional. But I've yet to see any of them actually take the necessary steps that they have the right to do. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, I think these are some of the people, some of the governors and so forth coming out of here, right? And by the way, and also the fake news media that actually got passes. Hey, boss, who you with? Yeah, fake news media doesn't want to let us know either, right? Like literally, like who? Why wouldn't you say who you're with? You know what I mean? Like, what's the? I feel like we're at the Bilderberg meeting, and we're trying to capture a glimpse of Rockefeller, David Rockefeller, coming out of the Bilderberg meeting, right?
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I know for absolute fact the 13 families, the Rockefeller families, no longer have any control over the Tier 1 banking system, the very top banking system.
Okay.
It is absolutely in control of white hat bankers, and they deal in trillions and quadrillions, okay? Most of us could never fathom what they're actually dealing in.
Yeah.
But anybody that's over $1 billion plus that is investing into that system anymore, they're not allowed to come in and invest unless they're investing into God's kingdom. So I promise you, there are some beautiful things happening on earth all the time, and all the different things that we're involved with. Billionaire investors are coming to the table wanting to invest in God's kingdom, so long as it's something that is prospering people, is taking care of children, is fighting the corrupt. So no matter how it looks on the outside, just like this gentleman was saying, there's things that are happening for a reason, and we just have to put our faith in God, put that full armor on, and walk it, but take action, because if you take action, you can be used as a conduit, and it's amazing the power that we all have.
You know, that's a great point, because you went to the place that really is at the foundation of all this.
Absolutely.
And that is the banking, the fiat currency that has been you know, slavery was no longer politically correct back at the turn of the 19th into the 20th century, right? And it was, so they had to figure out a different way to control us. And so what they did was they created the Federal Reserve Act, right? They incorporated in 1871, right? And
that was unconstitutionally ratified in 1878. There was a process to get to that point. And then it started, you know.
The unconstitutionality of the 1871 corporation.
It took that long for it to be ratified. It was unconstitutionally ratified in 1878. And it started, 20 years prior to that. Abraham Lincoln, who's a descendant of mine, along with 3 other U.S. presidents, and Jesse James. And
I'm a descendant of Biden. You got all the good ones. I'm Biden.
No, I'm kidding.
Go ahead, sir. Andrew Jackson, James Madison, and Abraham Lincoln. I think I did 3 more.
Those are huge. Jackson stopped the banks, and so did Lincoln.
We have there's definitely things that follow us generationally. So no matter what you do, it's going to follow your children, your grandchildren, etc. But man, I just want to say I'm greatly appreciate you being here. I greatly appreciate your audience that's watching, and just keep learning. Don't ever think that you know it all, because the moment you do that, you're going to kick yourself in the butt.
Yeah,
and we
amen.
need everybody to start learning the things. And when we get into that golden age that I believe we'll see in this lifetime, you know, you don't have to invest so much time in all those things. But at the moment, we are at war, and we're going to lose everything. So we have to, for our children, for our grandchildren, for the history books, for the international courts, we got to learn our constitutional authorities so that we can assert those constitutional authorities. And when we exhaust everything that we can do and should do and have to do by law, then we can discuss things further than that. But otherwise, we'll look like barbarians if we go pull these people out of their office now when we've never done anything to take the lawful steps.
Don't let him walk away without asking about Ingersoll.
He wants me to. Hawk wants me to ask you. I took Q into Ingersoll Lockwood because they're Space Force, Q's Space Force, and I've had I'd say 5 decodes from Ingersoll Lockwood that are gold, flat out gold. Have you looked into that yet?
Possibly. Send me something. And
Okay.
there's so much, you know. Sometimes just gotta dig through it and be like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I could tell. I could point you to a couple interviews that where I showed the decode coming out of Ingersoll. Guys, so Joshua, amazing. Ryan, amazing, fantastic, and good luck on the run. What's that, buddy?
The viewers thank them very much for taking the time to talk with you.
Yeah, the chat is just blowing up with thanks and gratitude for you guys, and just having this conversation has just been really, really special. And there's April. And
we got more information in the last 10 minutes.
Trust me, threats and everything happen all the time.
Yeah,
we need all the help we can get. I mean,
we've gotten more information.
I am one that just lets God lead the way, and I'm not very good at taking or asking donations, but absolutely we are going to need it. I'm trying to get better at all that. Same with this gentleman.
I don't see any other politicians, anybody who's trying to come out. I personally am not a politician. I just got mad about what the government's doing to the American people and decided to run. Where are the rest of them? This place should be packed right now with people, and there's no one else here. And they wouldn't even let us in because you had to go through the bureaucratic red tape just to gain access to
What was the law that you used to get down here? You said you got to know your rights when they tried to stop you.
It's their dereliction of duty of stopping us. No matter what, we have freedom of the press, and them violating that right is a dereliction of duty on their part.
Yeah.
No matter what, doesn't matter where the.
Did you tell them that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I was trying to keep it peaceful. The guy was about to change his mind, man. He was kind of throwing his weight around, but here we are. We got this far, so.
Right. Okay.
But no matter what, don't worry if you can't send anything. Prayers are more important than anything, so we'll take all the prayers that you can get. We all need them, even this guy here and everybody else that's boots on the ground.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, guys.
That was awesome, Dave. Your audio went out, Dave. Okay. What do you guys think of that? It was great, wasn't it? Yeah. No, he muted his mic so that he could pass some information back and forth. All right. You're still muted, Dave. Okay.
Nasty and bullying Texas around, basically.
So you're okay?
I'm good.
So, guys, April's going to talk. I've been talking to those fine gentlemen, and April's been recording a lot of it, but very grateful for her being here. And I just wanted to get a chance to share, for her to share her story with y'all. And please take it away, April.
All right. So I've been doing this basically since a little bit before the Trump elections. I went on January 6th. I was up on the west side, pretty high up in there. I did get a visit from the FBI about 3 or 4 days later, and then my Facebook Live, because my Facebook Live stayed on the entire time.
Really?
They took that down.
Mine went down, but they took it down
They
after
took
the fact.
Yes,
Okay.
they took my entire Facebook away, so that's all lost, all of those records. But that day,
What a shame.
Trump told us, pick up your camera and record everything. And I have been on a mission ever
Awesome.
since then to show people what's really going on, because the mainstream media is not going to do that. We all know that. So
Yeah.
here's where I'm at. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. We have a migrant center there that's been overwhelmed through the earlier months prior to them, Texas, doing this. But hundreds, thousands, buses. They've got all sorts of people sleeping out on the roads. I mean, it's just inhumane. And then we've been coming back down here. I've been all the way down. If you check my videos, I'm one of the first people that has them actually snipping the wires right in front of us.
Oh, wow. Okay. When
yeah.
was that? Wednesday?
Oh, no.
Or no,
This is
3
the
weeks
first time-
ago.
The first
The
time
3
around.
weeks ago.
No, this
Okay.
this was October, I'd say October, November.
Oh, really?
Time
Okay.
frame.
Okay.
And we were able to actually be in there with no restrictions. But as we did that and got those videos, they started to push us back and push us further back. So media's just been pushed all the way to the ends.
The real media, the fake media, they let right on in, and we've been seeing them walk out. We've been seeing them walk out. And I asked them where they're from, one of the guys, and he wouldn't even tell me. Like,
I mean,
how
that
would you
just-
not promote yourself?
Exactly. That goes to show what's going in.
Hold
these
on a
games.
sec. Hey, how was it, guys?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah? Is it, what was covered? Like, what do they talk about?
Same as usual. Biden needs to do his job. Something like that.
Okay, so it's basic stuff. Just nothing newsworthy or.
Their normal basic messaging.
Are you guys with Sinclair? What channels? I mean.
WAI 4 and KBB in San Antonio.
Okay, thanks, guys.
They don't seem very impressed with any information they just got.
Right.
It's the same old thing. You just heard him say that.
Yeah. Okay, so April, I want to take you back to a video that we've all seen. Okay, of hello and welcome to tonight's news, and it was the scripted news.
Right, and they all plugged in.
They all plugged in there. That was Sinclair.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Hawk, that was Sinclair. The guys that were allowed to go there and to film this big old camera. It's a little bit bigger than my iPhone. I'd rather carry my iPhone and my selfie stick than that. But if I had their money, somebody else would be carrying my camera right now. Okay, so, but that's Sinclair, and they were allowed to go in there. And by the way, look at this. It smells like smoke.
Oh yeah, there's a fire on the Mexico side right over there. That's really got to be pretty close.
Wow. I did see the smoke, but it looks like it's died down a little bit.
It's reached us.
Yeah. So all right. So April, you got a little bit interrupted here, but I'm glad we got that little tidbit of information. But they're not impressed with anything that went on there. So pretty much, Biden bad, needs to do his job.
kind
Well,
of
you
mentality.
asked him how was it. He was like, "It was great." Okay, well, give us a little bit of input. Oh, it's the same old thing as usual. Well, then
Yeah.
how is that great news?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
So it's the great news when it comes to these guys. Hey,
Well,
how
it was
was it?
great. It was great that they got to go in, but
And
it was the
nothing,
same
nothing
old, same
big,
old.
right? Yeah, I mean we're going to, but right now we're trying to, kind of cover the people coming out and stuff like that. Who you with? Thomson Reuters. Thomson Reuters. So Reuters was there. So listen, if Reuters was there, April, we're going to get the real story. Am I right or am I right? I mean, Thomson Reuters. If you can't trust Reuters, who can you trust? Okay.
How was it? Any good stuff? I guess so.
Who you with?
Pictures.
Oh, photos only.
I
Okay.
mean, are we locking down the whole border? Or are they wiping us off the map?
What's the story? Anything new? No.
So all the hubbub for nothing, basically. You heard the same old story again.
Yeah, it's the same story. But I guess I'm not from here, right? I'm French.
Okay.
So for me, it's new.
I was going to guess New Jersey, but it's for your French. I'm teasing.
Oh, really? I'm such a bad accent.
Love it.
So for me, it's new, but I guess for the people there.
Well, then how
Hey.
do you feel about what you see? It's awful? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, being from France, by the way, do you mind being on camera?
Yes, I do.
You do mind.
I do
How
mind.
about audio?
No.
No, neither. Well, I just wanted to ask you about France because of what's going on there. No, the camera's this way. That's why I'm turning away from you.
I don't know.
See, here, I'm going to cover this part. But see that's the camera that way. So it wasn't on you. But I was going to ask you about France, but you don't want to talk about what's going on there. I mean, you guys saw this kind of migration 8 years ago.
No. It's present.
Present too.
It's now.
But it started under Obama when they started letting migrants into Europe. They were bombing Syria and then all the migrants.
Maybe,
But it's still happening.
yeah, it's still happening. Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah.
It's still coming from the Africa. Across the Mediterranean.
Really? That's the biggest influx that y'all are having in France? Is from Africa?
Yeah. Of Africa and all the country in Africa. But they even come from Afghanistan.
So we don't get much of that.
We have enough.
Yeah. So still. So how interesting that Reuters, was allowed in, and Sinclair Communications. Hawk, have you? Bye-bye. Nice talking with you. Have you done anything with the mainstream? Like, has anybody pulled up the actual press conference? Because I think that would be a good thing to show everybody. And-
No, I haven't because that interview you were just on was gold. It was compared. I don't think anybody could have compared with that. Honestly, it seems that you got an honest opinion from two guys that were standing at the gate. You got more information from them than you would have gotten from all 15 of them fucking governors.
Hey, that's I'm on the right side of the gate, right? I mean, it's when you think about it, you really, this is the side of the gate that is absolutely the most important side, because this is where this is the kind of conversation that is the reason for the gate. Right?
Yeah.
April, would you like to continue? We keep getting interrupted, and we could sit in the shade here for a little bit and kind of. I was just saying that being on this side, Hawk was saying, being on this side of the gate, we got gold with those interviews,
far more than we would have gotten on that side of the gate.
Agreed.
And I was saying that the reason is because of the gate. In other words, there's a reason why they have this gate here to keep us from hearing and challenging the dialogue that's happening back there.
Absolutely.
And so this is actually the side of the gate that is the real news.
Pretty much. And that's the way I've been running it around here. I mean, you're basically restricted from here except by gaining access through one of the first sergeants. They'll let you in. As a matter of fact, I just asked him. He said today he's sorry about. Tomorrow should be business as usual. But really, out here is where you're going to find the news from the families, the
That's where
homes.
most of the people are up there, up on that hill. And we had walked down there from that hill where we were all standing.
Yeah, people are affected on this side, not over here. So you've got the real people with real issues and seeing the real problem from that side over there. So yes.
Yeah. And how inspiring were Joshua James and Ryan Zink? I mean, and the fact that guys that are going through what they're going through are running for office. I mean, that's the future of our country, of our world, is the people that are actually held accountable. You know, it used to be, if you're going to nominate somebody to run for office, right? The nomination, and what that would look like would be, if I knew you for 10 years, you've babysat sat my children, you've showed your character, we go to church together, we're in the same school of our children, and we're looking for a local leader, and I know that you're passionate about the things that local leader would be responsible for. I'm going to be like, listen, will you run? Will you represent us? And you say yes. And then a bunch of us that know you say, we nominate April for office. That's how nominations work. It comes from credibility. It doesn't come from a RNC or a DNC saying we're going to pick that person to run. We're going to control the media around them. Okay, this is the future of our system if it is to remain intact.
Right.
And but the bottom line is, it's not a bad system if we just take care of the things within the system. If we actually go against, enforce the laws, right?
Correct. And what I've noticed is like with our convoy that we just had, the TOBB, you get like-minded people, but they have their own niches and they've learned how to go legislatively, how to film, how to go constitutionally. So you're getting all these great minds together. They're running in positions that need to be taken over by somebody that's a conservative and understands the Constitution and abides by the law. So I think we're really working a lot of we the people into where they need to be. So just keep doing what you do, what's God's telling you to do, and do it. Stick with it. It's happening. It's happening. It's coming really fast now.
Are you doing a lot of traveling covering this?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, are you constantly on the road or what?
Absolutely. 17, 18 hours a day, 3 or 4 times a week. Yeah. All on my own dime.
Amazing. Can you share a story with us about, one of your favorite stories, being on the road and being a part of this revolution?
I mean, locally here with what's going on here, I can't say there's any good yet because I'm exposing what they're doing, but it's what drives me. On my pinned posts on X, April Spark 1890, the 2 that are pinned was at our illegal migrant center in San Antonio, and this truck, a small bed truck, pulls up at about midnight, and he's got a truckload of people, and they just start jumping out of the back of the car, and we've got police that are, taking care of the front gate, but they're oblivious. They're allowing it to happen. There's children, people piling out, 23 people in that car, that truck. So as we filmed the next bit,
It was
which
a
is
regular pickup truck.
yes,
And there were 23 people.
yes.
Yeah.
Two
Oh,
of
that
them
was the
stayed
one
in the
where
car and
they had
drove off,
ankle
and the cops didn't
monitors.
say
And it was a
anything.
Ford Ranger. No, I'm kidding.
I'll tell
And
you what, once I started filming more, I noticed the ankle monitors on
there
the
you go.
adults' legs, and it was one after another after another. There was 8 adults with ankle monitors. They had another 13 children that they were kind of hiding behind. And these are the types of stories that keep me going, and I get the sleepless nights and constant videoing because of that, to expose what's really going on and how wrong it is.
Wow. Wow. And Hawk was aware of that story, by the way. He was
Yeah,
saying
I played that on my podcast
He
about
played it on his
right,
podcast.
the day after she put it up.
After
We
you put it
played
up, he played it.
Yep.
Hey, how did it go in there? Where are you all from?
Bryan College Station. What media source? Oh, they can hear.
No, they heard it. She heard it. They don't want to tell us because they know we're in the media now. It's an embarrassment to them.
Absolutely.
It really is. Like it's like, Hawk, can you imagine? A CNN or a Sinclair or a Reuters or any of these people at a time that they were ever embarrassed. Oh my God, they would lead with that, just to get laid, half of them. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big deal. Oh, wow, you're with Reuters? Wow. Oh, yes, I've been with Reuters. It's like they brag about it. And now, why aren't they bragging about it? Because they're embarrassed. Because we found out that they were CIA controlled under Operation Mockingbird, and that they're actually getting paid by the CIA to form a narrative that enslaves us further.
Yes, and you see it so easily as an independent journalist with these supposed real journalists.
Yeah.
They don't follow the story. When they first started this mess, all they did was prop their cameras up, just like he's standing there now, and then all they did was video this. They didn't go any further. They didn't ask any questions. They just had y'all focused right there. Meanwhile, everything else, I'm picking up video of all these things down the line, and I'm thinking, these people went to school for this. I thought they went to school because they wanted to do just what I'm doing now, because this is just great.
Right. And that's what we were led to believe, right? That we were led to believe that the journalists, they went to journalism school because they wanted to learn how to, form a story and the whole bit. And I took a journalism class when I was in college, and I did as well in that as I did my others.
Dave, they want you to ask her what she thinks about the Q movement.
Okay, so we have some questions popping up for you, and one of them, and I know a little. I've got a little inkling because when I was talking, I could see April nodding her head. But they would like to know what your thoughts are about the Q movement.
Where we go one, we go all. Where we go one, we go all, and nothing can stop what's coming, and it's right here.
Yeah,
it's coming.
Well, you can tell her that she's gaining a lot of followers. The mods are dropping her link.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah,
I'm not going to let you down. I'm out here, boots on the ground, every chance I can get, showing you all what's really going on here at the border in Eagle Pass.
Yeah, this is amazing. So great.
I think that you guys definitely need to do a good sit down interview.
Yeah,
bringing
we should do an
stories
interview
to the table.
Like sit down. Hey, are you hungry?
Sure.
Are you feel like grabbing a bite or something? Because I'm what's your next step? What are you plan on doing?
So for the convoy, I was on Spaces, and a young man got on our Spaces and said he's from Maryland. He's a J6er. He was detained. He's one of those, just like Trennis.
Yeah.
He was out here with us a minute ago.
Okay.
And he needed a ride, so I kind of divvied up and said I would give him a ride. So now he wants to ride back to San Antonio to the airport to get back to Maryland. So we're
going to be in touch. We're going to be in touch.
Or we can have an extra person have dinner or lunch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
whatever you want.
Yeah, no, I'd love that.
Okay.
I'd love that.
Yeah.
And let's find a spot. I actually there was a spot that was recommended to us last night. So
Hey, Hawk. So we'll walk back together, and I'm just parked up here. Where are you parked?
I'm parked 1 block over.
Okay. So we'll
You'll
walk.
see my Q sticker
No
and
way.
my where we
Awesome.
go when we go
Awesome.
off. So yeah, you can't lose me.
So, my friends, this is we're leaving the scene of the crimes that have been committed and then stopped by Trump and then recommitted over and over and over again until finally, and as we walk, April, I'd love your input on this. Finally, Greg Abbott decided, he's going to put a stop to it. Here, let me come on this side of you. He's going to put a stop to it, which I'm just really glad that Abbott jumped on it so quickly, right? Right.
3 years later, but okay.
So what's your take on that? And do you think that, I've been talking to the audience about just the fact that one of my tweets, I said that, if I don't know if you pulled that up for everybody, Hawk, but it was basically that if would 14 states, I think I said 25, get behind Greg Abbott of Texas regarding the immigration issue 3 years ago? Would they have done it 2 years ago? Would they have done it a year ago? So why are they doing it now? And it's probably, this is perfect. I could walk down here.
Because we're coming to
We're
a
the same height
precipice,
now.
in my opinion. But
Yes.
I try to be an optimist like you, and I know Abbott is wet, and I know he's skull and bones and all this stuff like that. So
Yeah. WEF, WEF, guys, as you know.
I mean, it's almost like the Alamo. Seriously, like they're holding a strong. It's like they're trying to prove a point. So as long as the world sees and opens their eyes that if they can guard and protect 2.5 miles and block them out, then they can do that along the entire border.
Yeah.
So you've got the government fighting them from both ends, and they're still allowing them in everywhere around that 2.5 mile radius. But yes, you can secure it. It's secure right here.
Yeah.
Why not secure the entire border?
Well, the other thing it tells us is that they're able to do it. I mean, they're capable. It doesn't, hey, some razor wire? Hey, I'll run to Home Depot. Guys, I'll get some razor wire. We can make this happen, right? So it's like, how you doing, brother?
I broke through the tape.
What? Nice job. What's your name?
On Killabone.
On Killabone?
On
On Killabone. I love it, brother. The indoctrination. So here we are with, how you doing, man? I'm not hearing.
The only, I need to watch my J6er real quick. I don't want him to get in trouble.
You want to run up and?
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, real quick, Dave. Let me make this announcement for you. Yeah, Dave did an interview late last night with Nino Rodriguez, and the only place that you're going to find that is up behind his paywall. So honestly, I'm not in a rush to send Dave to go talk to Nino, because
what I wanted to say real quick was,
hold on. Go ahead.
We want this. We want the truth out there for everybody to hear, and not have to go behind a paywall in order to get that truth. Dave is out there standing out in front of everybody, getting the stories, getting the scoop, getting, community-based stories, and that's what's important. If somebody has to go behind a paywall to find out the truth, then what you're dealing with is a patriot, okay? If you have to pay for the truth, that's not somebody working in your best interest. So, and I'll leave it at that. Back to you, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and drop the link that is supporting, because we have to support the people that are giving it away, not support the ones that are charging. So go ahead, April.
all I was
You wanna
gonna
stand up there and
all
then
I was gonna say was yes, they are showing us that they can secure this 2.5 with these razor wires. But when Trump was here and we had detain and deport, we didn't need the wires neither. So really, what's going on here?
Right,
You know?
right. And it's I think, you know, I'm really interested to see the mainstream media and actually see what was said at this press conference because that dictates, you know, so much about, you know, what the message is they're trying to convey versus the message that we know needs to be conveyed. And so, but I honestly, I think this is part of the show. I think the shipping them to the different parts of the country was to, you know, put them in the laps of those who were sanctuary cities and show the people this is what you're asking for. This is the kind of the world that we're going towards. If this is, you know, who you're going to support. So.
Or you inundate these sanctuary cities with more voters that are going to vote the same way. I mean, you know, think about that aspect. You're bringing in 10 million. That's enough to take the votes again without having to dig up dead people, you know?
It certainly, it's enough people that even if they didn't vote all Democrat, and it's still enough that they could control the vote. They can control the count of it, right? So, and that's what this is really all about. Just like the J6 was all about taking away the focus from, you know, the actual problem of the election itself and making us the bad people for being a part of it, right?
Well,
and so
Joe Biden did say that it doesn't matter who votes; it matters who counts the votes.
Stalin said that.
No, but Joe Biden did too.
Did he really? Well, he was the one that also said that that they had a great voter control operation in play as well. But hey, so where's your J6er? Did you find him? And was that him?
Yeah, that was him. I guess he went back that way.
Okay. Do you want to just go get him? I'm not in a rush. I just was thinking that I'm going to be about ready to sit down in like some, you know, a comfortable place and just.
What was your the suggestion? Was it the wagon wheel?
Yo-yos, but I haven't been there yet. I haven't been there. It's I think it's straight out Maine. Okay. So, but I'll hang out here. I'll hang out here.
Sounds
okay.
Great.
All right.
Appreciate everybody on there. Keep fighting the fight. You already know where we go one, we go all. Stay with it.
Awesome. Thanks, April.
She is awesome.
Isn't she amazing?
Yep. It's a great series of interviews there, Dave. Great series of interviews.
Oh, thank you, brother.
And you covered a lot of technical things, you know, especially with the sheriff that was down there with you. You know, you got into the heart of the conversation, and really did some great stuff. And April absolutely is amazing. There's nothing but wonderful comments coming up. Everybody loved what you've gotten. So, how do you send Dave some dollars? Give me a second here, and I will put Dave's banner up there for you guys to see that. Where did
And by the way, guys, you know, this is if you know me, you know this isn't why I'm doing this, and you know. You know, so for the people that are new, you know, I did 200 shows before I dropped the PayPal link. It was never about the money, and it isn't now. And so,
but the help is helpful, you know.
Yeah, it keeps you going. You know, it keeps you. You know, I had to shut down, 3 days this week to take care of some finance stuff, you know, and I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to stop doing this in order to take care of the, you know, nonsense that I could easily have some help with. So, but thank you for that, Hawk. I tell you, I appreciate that feedback from everybody about the interviews and about, you know, just getting down there, you know, my favorite part about that interaction with Imelda and Juan. How about that interview, dude?
Yeah.
Was really learning about her and about, you know, that she and her husband are Republican, and learning about, how they feel about all this that's going on. It's and it was hard to get that out of her, but really like to get that story to me was just invaluable. And then she gave me the access to her backyard, which was able to bypass the police officers and get down to where we've been hanging out for quite a while. So I'm grateful for that, because that was really, we wouldn't have met Joshua, we wouldn't have met Ryan, we wouldn't have met April. And it's kind of like, I didn't want to meet the people on the other side of the fence, but I sure did want to meet the people that were up against it. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that we did that. Yeah. And I tell you, I love engaging with people. I love talking with people. So what an enjoyable thing this is for me. I mean, I'm tired. It's very tiring and all, but it's a beautiful day out here. The wind died down a little bit. There's a lot of great patriots out here. There's conflict, just like any group of people. So it's very interesting to see humans interact at a time such as this in human history. And
yeah, I
how,
was showing the JLR was covering the protesters that were up there. Do you still see the protesters up there, or are they all gone now that the governors are gone?
When we were walking up, the police actually had police tape out here, and and then they dispersed. So I'm right there. Are you guys do you want to come and follow me, and then you could probably take off from there? Okay. So my car is that maroon Acura. It's the third one on this side of that green sign.
Okay. Gotcha.
And how about I just wait for you? And what are you in? You're a big Q.
White Kia.
White Kia. Yeah. Awesome. I'll see you guys in a minute. So they were breaking up. Hold on. I want to see if somebody else wants to come with us.
I'm quite positive that's been done before. I used to live in Texas.
Yeah.
So a press release is one thing, and ad campaigns are one thing.
They weren't.
I disagree, because we got this.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat with April. You want to join us?
Where y'all headed?
I think it's called Yo-Yo's down that way. It's YOYO. It's a Mexican, I think, primary. So if you want to join us, we're going there in a few minutes.
Thank you. I may just join you.
Pleasure. If we don't,
David?
Yeah, pleasure, man. Sorry to interrupt. So Hawk, I was talking about when we were walking up that hill. I could hear the yelling and the screaming, and the police officers had police tape down, kind of separating a few people, almost like, I don't know, like that was going to do something. I don't think it really did, but it's. But what was being said? What was the problem? Were they, did it feel like they were paid agitators? Did anybody see it and report back?
No, it was, there were a bunch of people standing there with signs and a bunch chanting. You could definitely tell that there was some TDS involved.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hating Trump signs and everything else. The thing is Trump's not even in office.
Right.
It's like, and you're hating on him.
Dude, it would be like you going to the Seattle. Touchy subject. Seattle Supersonics don't exist anymore. be like you going to the Phoenix Suns
and testing Dave Snedeker. Hey guys, I ain't on the team. Okay, it's not going to do you much good. It's not. It's just not. Oh man, holy cow. Oh man. So I'm back in the saddle, my friends. Back in the saddle again. And it is good to be.
Oh, we lost you. Lost your audio. Yeah, you lost your audio.
How about
there
that?
you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Awesome. So, yeah, so I think it's time to call it a day. What's your takeaway, Hawk, and any questions or any points?
I think that pretty much everything was pretty much self-explanatory. What was great was that there wasn't a question that you threw at them that they weren't willing to answer.
I'm so glad you said that, bro, because I was thinking to myself, these guys aren't afraid to talk about anything, and they're running for office.
Mm-hmm.
That was really cool. I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah. Justin Rose asks, just wanted to know if we can trust Lee Wheelberger. I'm not sure who that is.
I don't know who that is.
We'd have to do some research on him. Throw that question back at us during a regular podcast, and we can dive a little bit into him and find out about whether there's somebody who's trustworthy or if they are just a player in the game.
Well, here's my take on that. First of all, I would say if they're okay, I think she's coming here. Yeah, she's coming. I would say that do they promise, offer intel? Are they willing to talk about the things that really matter? Do they have a paywall? Are they saying that they have a source? Do they say anything about being a part of Q or being a part of the solution? So these are the questions that you want to, go. If you're new to me, go to Rumble, The Indoctrination, no space, or go to davidsnedeker.com and you can find the link there and go through some of my videos and ask those same questions of me. Go to my X and ask those same questions of me on my posts on X. Do the same with Hawk. Do the same with everybody. See, it's not about us telling you who's good and who's bad. It's you being able to discern for yourself who's good and who's bad and who's trustworthy and who's not. That's my best take on that question.
I think that's a great way. I think that's a great answer. It's dig into them. Go back a year or 2 years or 3 years in their podcasts and see what they were talking about then and how their opinions have changed since the beginning of their podcasts. I think that's important. Because there's nothing wrong with a podcaster changing opinions or motives. But there you go. Tracy Miller just said it. Lee W thinks Q is BS. well, then right there is enough for me to turn them off and never listen to them again. I mean, that's for me though. That's my personal, that's my personal opinion. Because I look at it like this: with following everything that Q has asked and had us research, I have learned more through that than I have through 13 years of school. And that's how I see it.
Just on that subject.
Your screen went blank, by the way.
Yeah, hold on a second.
I know you're probably driving past cops.
Yeah. Hold on. Can you hear me? It's just my screen is blank.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. So what? Okay, Garrison. That's where I'm going to go. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm back with you. So what I was going to say on that subject is when you hear somebody say Q is a psyop, Q is BS, ask yourself this: who else has said that Q is a psyop, Q is BS, Q is QAnon, Q? Okay. Ask yourselves who else did that, because when Trump was running for office, I asked myself, who's against him? And based on who I found out was against him, the Democrats, the media, the Hollywood, the music industry, all the organizations, all the other countries' leaders that I knew were World Economic Forum pawns. Even the Republicans were against Trump. The Republicans that I no longer respected. So I knew he was my guy. Look at how many organizations, how many people have tried to take out Q, tried to discredit Q. And when you find that those people you didn't like to begin with, or you didn't trust to begin with, like CNN, hey guys, if you want to send me $5 or $10, I would love to pick up the tab for April, and she's given a J6er a ride back to the San Antonio airport, I'm guessing if a guy comes in and needs a ride to and from the airport from people he just met, chances are he doesn't have the money to afford a rental car. So maybe us buying them lunch might be a nice thing to do. Just a thought. No pressure. And you guys know, if anybody is struggling, don't even think about it. So that to me, dictates so much about Q, because when you see all of the mainstream, so many of the politicians, so many of the world leaders, when you see all these people just bashing Q or calling it conspiracy, calling it QAnon, these are the same people that have been lying to us for a very, very long time, my friends. And so if Joe Rogan is telling me the same thing that Fox News is or CNN is, if Glenn Greenwald is telling me the same thing that Ben Shapiro is, or Mark Levin is, for example. Okay, if I'm getting the same information, the same viewpoint from the people that I'm not sure about, and they have the same viewpoint of the people I am sure about, meaning that I'm sure I don't want to listen to them, or don't like them or don't trust them. That informs quite a bit. So, yeah. Any other questions? I've still got probably.
Yeah, somebody's asking if you have your air conditioner on in your car.
I do actually.
Because it's blowing on the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Let me. Here, I'll close this one. Yeah, I was going to take my sweatshirt off, but then I would have had to, it would have been complicated. So I just have some air on, and it was getting hot out there in the sun.
So Slow Country's asking if you and I could do a conference call with him later today.
I mean, I'm probably going to be on the road. So
we can always do a backstage,
Yeah.
That could always work too.
Yeah. So some good stuff. Slow was doing some research for me on the way down. To get down here, find out I'm at the right place and all that kind of stuff. So thank you for that, Slow. We're I hope I didn't lose them. Where the heck are they? Let's see. She's got my number if I do. So, and she also, I think, wasn't quite the name that I thought it was of the place we're going, but I think she'll figure it out. Let's see. Did I miss a turn here? Hold on a second. Nope. Okay. We're good. So, anything else? What?
Well, it's okay. So Sonny says, Dave, would you say this weekend has been a nothing burger? No, I think he got quite a bit. Between his discoveries last night, and then his discoveries today and his interviews today. I think this is great. So.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I stand corrected. It was. It's funny because I knew there was more to this. It wasn't going to be like, oh, this is a nothing burger and I'm going home. I'm going to keep digging. But when I first looked, it was a nothing burger. It was like, okay, nothing's going on here between the state and the Fed. And that was really what it was all about. I didn't want people to get the wrong impression. The migration, the people coming across, we know it happens. We don't know it at the extent that it does until you start seeing, talking to the people that are Dina, thank you very much for that donation, and your donations prior in the past day or two. So welcome. So well appreciated, Dina. Thank you so much.
And hey, give me 1 second here. Somebody was trying to find your Venmo. Dave was kicked off of Venmo and PayPal, so he has to use Cash App, Zelle, or Give, Send, Go. Those are the three options that he has available right now.
Yeah, and folks, please notice that when somebody, when you hear about people, getting kicked off of Venmo and PayPal, understand what's going on there. Devastated me financially. Devastated me because people are creatures of habit, and so they'd be like, yeah, I'm sending $4 to Dave every month, or Venmo, same thing, and they just get on Venmo. It's easy. We've fallen prey, and we've fallen victim to convenience, and that's how they're controlling us, is through our convenience, through our laziness. But what's important to understand about that is that these are organizations that are hurting tremendously the people that are actually trying to get you the truth. So when you hear that Cash App isn't kicking me off, and you hear that Give, Send, Go is not throwing me off, and other people, that's who we support. Stop going to GoFundMe. These are the people that shut down the truckers. They took tens of millions of dollars from the truckers convoy in Canada.
Yeah, it was like $18 million they took.
Yeah, and we're still going to use them. That's the problem with our society. We're not making the decisions that may be hard decisions or may be not as convenient as doing things the way we've always done them. But this is the reason. This is the way that we have to operate going forward if we're going to actually see change on okay, they're behind me again. If we're actually going to create change in this world. Okay, and that's the reality of this. Okay, we need to recognize that. Okay, wait a minute. Is it Yopos? There it is, right there. Okay, here we go. I hope I'm going in the right way. This is the exit, but I'm going in anyway.
Somebody wanted me to recommend to you to make sure you take your hat off before you go in case you got a cook that doesn't like Trump.
Yeah, you know what? I'll eat that. I'll eat it. Bring it. I think I got the worst breakfast I ever had because I had this hat on this morning. That was interesting. All right, I am shutting down, my friends. Thanks for joining me, and I do. I think I will take it off just to let my head breathe anyway. But thanks for joining us, Hawk. Thanks for holding down the fort, brother, and being an anchor for this, to keep us Texas Patriot. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much, brother. You and Dina, I'm putting that money towards this lunch today. But Hawk, great job, buddy. Great work, man. What a gift you are to me and to all the people out there that are listening. So, guys, Hawk, please drop your information before you go too. Guys, let's take care of Hawk and the dogs, please. And let's keep moving forward, my friends, and just keep rocking and rolling, because what we're doing here is so important to share this kind of stuff that we're doing. It is so invaluable to the future of our country and the future of our world. So I'm honored that you're taking the time to check these things out and research the things that are happening, and making sure that you're getting the real story. All right. I am out. Love you all, and be well, and say goodbye to Eagle Pass, Texas.
Yeah. All right.
And by the way, Hawk, if you wouldn't mind, I don't know what your plans are, but if you could put on one of the mainstream media coverage of that.
Yep, I have it already queued up and ready to go as soon as you head into the restaurant.
Of course you are. Okay, of course you are. All right, my brother. Thank you, man, and love you all, and be well, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right, brother. Take care.
Thanks.
Okay, guys. So I have for you. Let me do my present here, and get this all set up here. All right, and get my share, and let's get these all closed down. And this is okay. So copy. Just let me make a banner here real quick. Paste and do my fair use a little sign on that. And let's go ahead and get into this. Here we go. Let me get my big head out of the way. Here we go. I'm going to put this on double speed until they get up to the microphone, because I'm not exactly sure what time they started. And we'll just kind of go in fast forward mode here until we get them. We got the military there. Here comes the governors. Looks like it'll be within a minute or two here. We're walking around the backside of the vehicles. Let's see. And once they come up to the microphone, then I will put it back to normal speed. I don't see Governor Abbott rolling in yet. All kinds of photographers. Yeah, hungry is not yeah, right now that's a bad word. That's a bad word right now. Okay, here comes Governor Abbott. I'm going to slow this. Well, he's probably going to say his hellos to everybody first. Okay.
Well, let me start by thanking everybody for being here. But more important than that, I want to thank the governors of the United States of America who are standing with Texas. Half of the governors of the United States have joined with Texas in our cause to make sure states can do everything possible to secure our border. Half of the governors that have joined the cause to support Texas are joining us at this event today. And we are here to send a loud and clear message that we are banding together to fight to ensure that we will be able to maintain our constitutional guarantee that states will be able to defend against any type of imminent danger or an invasion. That has been threatened by Joe Biden and his abject refusal to enforce the immigration laws of the United States of America. The laws of the United States passed by Congress, they require the president to deny illegal entry. To the contrary of denying illegal entry, he has aided and abetted that illegal entry. If somebody makes it across the border illegally, the president has the responsibility imposed by Congress to detain any illegal immigrant who's come here. As opposed to detaining any illegal immigrant, Biden instead has let them all loose across the entire country with no ability to accurately determine their whereabouts or what they may be doing. Because of this, we've seen the catastrophic consequences of Joe Biden's open border policies. Over the tenure of Joe Biden, we've had 3 Houstons cross the border illegally, all-time records. And we see the dangers every single day. Just to recount a few that happened just this past year. The Texas Department of Public Safety, they arrested an MS-13 gang member who was on the terrorist watch list. Know this, there are people on the terrorist watch list that are apprehended all the time coming across the border. These are people who pay extra money not to be caught. The United States of America and the president do not know how many people have crossed the border illegally who are on the terrorist watch list and have never been seen. They do not know the imminent dangers that we may be facing. Another example is, once again, the Texas Department of Public Safety. They arrested somebody who came across the border illegally who had served in the army, in the military, for Iran. Why is this person here? Why were they trying to sneak in illegally? What were they going to try to do? We were fortunate to be able to apprehend him, but who knows what would have happened had we not apprehended him. And then you see the deadly loss of life. We saw it just outside of the Houston area last year when we saw an illegal immigrant who had come across the border illegally 4 times murder 5 people outside of Houston, Texas. These are crimes that don't happen now and then. These are crimes that happen all the time. Part of it is because, as set forth by the Texas Department of Public Safety, we have people who are coming across our border who were released from prison in other countries. There was a person who was apprehended who was wanted for rape charges, another who was wanted for murder charges. There's extraordinary danger, imminent danger, crossing our border all the time. And of course, Americans are not going to soon forget what they saw happen in New York City, where we saw illegal immigrants brutalize and beat up police officers in New York City, only to be immediately released on bail back out on the streets, causing no one knows what level of mayhem. Because of the extraordinary dangers that the state of Texas is sustaining, as well as states across the country. And because Joe Biden has completely abdicated and abandoned his responsibility to enforce the laws of the United States, I have used a clause in the Constitution that empowers states to defend themselves. It's Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution, where a state can defend itself and its citizens to protect their safety from the imminent danger that we are facing and from an invasion of millions of people coming from across the globe into our country who are unaccounted for whatsoever. And I applaud and thank the members of the governors who are with us here today for stepping up and standing beside, behind, and with Texas in this effort. We're all fighting for a safer, more secure border and country. And I thank them for all they do. Now I'm going to turn it over to Bill Lee, the governor of the great state of Tennessee, a state, by the way, that from the very beginning of Texas history has always been here for the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Governor. And Tennessee will continue. We are the volunteer state. We have had hundreds of troops on the border. We are prepared even today to send additional troops, working with the Texas Department of Military to do just that. And I'm here today as the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, number one, to say thank you to Governor Abbott, who has done everything within his power to provide an improvement to the situation at the border, to provide safety and security for Texans, for Americans, and the federal government has failed Texans and Americans in providing that security and that safety. And that's why these governors are here together today to do our job, which is the job that the federal government has failed to do, and that is to protect this country. Each one of us understand the devastating effects that the border policy has had on every one of our states individually. And we're here together to collaboratively work to support Texas and to provide for the safety and security of people all across the country. This experiment in an open border policy failed America. And this country is in desperate need of leadership as it relates to this issue. Governor Abbott has had unwavering and shown unwavering leadership, and we stand in support of that leadership, each of us today. Governor Kemp from Georgia has also been a leader in this issue, providing not only troops, but resources. Governor Kemp, would you like to say a few things?
Well, thank you, Governor Lee and Governor Abbott. We are here with our fellow governors today, standing with you and many governors that are not, because every state in our country now is a border state because of what we're happening. When you think about the amount of fentanyl, the human trafficking that's coming, they're coming to every state in the country, and every governor's having to deal with it. And we're standing with Governor Abbott today because if our border is not secure, our country is not secure. And Joe Biden's policies are making our country less safe. And that's what we're here documenting today and standing with Governor Abbott that's trying to do something about that. We just had a great briefing. There's been 169 people in 2023 that were on the GBI terrorist watch list, apprehended. How many of those are in our country that we didn't, or Governor Abbott's people didn't apprehend? 458 million lethal doses of fentanyl that have been detained at this border. Think about the doses that were not. Every governor's dealing with that. $51 million in cash, 56,000 pounds of methamphetamine that every state in the country is having to deal with. This is ruining lives in our states. It's ruining our communities, and it's taking a toll on our families. And it is time that something was done about this. And that is why we are standing here as governors, making sure that that gets done. Every state in the country is depending on Joe Biden acting. And if he does not, then we will continue to do so, and we stand with Governor Abbott in what he is doing. It's now my honor to introduce you to Arkansas's Governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you. Glad the wind picked up just as I stepped up here. I would have gladly borrowed a hat, but they all have the wrong states on them. So thank y'all for coming out today. Obviously, I think by the strong showing and the sheer number of governors that are stepping up across the country, it's very clear that this is not just a fight that Texas is having. This is a fight that all of us have to engage in. Put very simply, Joe Biden has completely failed at one of his most basic and important duties as the president. He has failed to protect our borders and protect our people. Not only has he failed at his job, but he's been dishonest about it. He's trying to pass off the idea that somehow he has no ability to do anything to fix it. And Congress has to step up. When every single person knows he could make changes and steps right now, today, to help secure our border and protect our country. Yet he simply refuses to do so. And because of his failures, Governor Abbott is having to step up. Governors from across the country are having to step up and do the job of the federal government because they simply won't. I'm proud of the fact that we have strong leaders like those of us that are standing next to and behind me. Because of them, our country will be safer, our people will be better protected. And we don't stand with them in football, but I can tell you that Arkansas is most definitely standing with the state of Texas when it comes to protecting our border. There is no fight right now that is more important for us to engage in. It's why we're spending our Sunday afternoons here, because we have to, because it is absolutely vital to the long-term safety and security of our country. I'm proud of Governor Abbott's leadership, and I'm proud that I get to stand with each of these incredible people as we pledge to support Texas in whatever we can do to help. Arkansas sent National Guard troops here last year, and I can commit today that we'll continue to do that over the course of this year as much as we can and as much as is needed until the federal government and Joe Biden step up and do their jobs. We're here, and we're thankful for your leadership, Governor. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Governor of Montana, Greg Gianforte.
Thank you, Governor. And let me start by saying Montana stands with Texas in this fight. The governors here have repeatedly called on the Biden administration to step up and do their job. Most recently, in a joint letter, we asked for the names and identities of people that have crossed illegally into this country. That request was met with silence. It came on top of a letter that shared a 10-point plan to secure the border. That was 3 years ago. We're still waiting for a response from the White House. Montana has had our soldiers here on the southern border for most of last year. And Governor Abbott, we're committed to stand with you and continue to provide resources so that we can protect the citizens of the United States and our country. This is impacting all of our states. In the Northern Rockies, where I call home, we've seen a 78% increase in fentanyl just in the last year, and we've lost lives, and it's broken families apart. We need to secure the border. Our states are being invaded by the people crossing illegally. Our Constitution gives the states the right to self-defense. That's what Governor Abbott's doing, and that's why we're here standing with him today. Biden is doing the exact opposite. He's working against the interests of this country, and we are here today to call on him, the federal administration, to do their job. Thank you for calling attention to this issue, and Governor Abbott, thank you.
Once again, I want to thank all the governors who joined with us today and all the governors across the entire United States of America who are standing with the right of states to assert self-defense. In furtherance of that self-defense, Texas is the only state in the history of the United States of America to build our own border wall. Texas has deployed our National Guard who bravely stand guard night and day, and they erect these razor wire barriers. The National Guard has erected more than 100 miles of razor wire barrier that serves effectively to deny illegal entry. And they have ensured that this entire park that we are in right now will not be an area that can be used to pass anymore. This area we are in right now was at one time, not too long ago, an area where there would be 3,000, 4,000, sometimes 5,000 people crossing illegally. Now that we've taken control of this area, for the past 3 days, there's an average of only 3 people crossing illegally in this area. The point very simply is this. It shows that the state of Texas can do what the federal government is charged to do and has the tools and equipment to do. The president is obligated by laws passed by Congress to actually secure the border and deny illegal entry. Texas has shown that we can reduce it to 3 people crossing across the border. Joe Biden, it is your turn now, your obligation, your duty to follow the law Congress passed and secure the border just as Texas has. With that, we'll take a few questions.
The only reason you don't see immigrants right now here is San Antonio from Univision. Don't you think it's because Mexico stopped everybody from entering Coahuila right now, and you don't see even nobody there right now? Don't you think it's let's be clear. Let's be clear about something. Don't fool anybody. We know that the people who control the migration across the border are the cartels. The cartels who extort money, who rape the people that they victimized before they come across here. The cartels are losing money trying to come into the state of Texas now. The cartels have rerouted their routes to cross the border because Texas is the only state that's putting up any resistance, despite the fact that Texas represents more than 60%
of the land miles of the border, the overwhelming majority now of people crossing the border are crossing in Arizona and California, 2 states that are putting up no resistance to illegal immigration. If the United States under President Biden did in Texas, in New Mexico, in California, and Arizona what we're doing here, you would eliminate illegal immigration overnight.
Governor, don't say the border's open.
Would you restate the first part of your question again?
Your rationale for denying access to border patrol agents to this area of Shelby Park at 2.5 miles.
To be clear, from the very beginning and to this moment, they have access to the boat ramp and they have access to the razor wire area if anybody's life is in danger. On top of that, however, the area where we are is an area where the federal government was using to further criminal activity. They were involved in violating the federal laws of the United States of America on this land. We will not allow this land to be used for illegal purposes.
Governor, the Senate bill, Priscilla Thompson with NBC News, the Senate is poised to vote on an immigration bill this week. Do you think that could help here?
So I have no idea how to answer your question because I have no idea what's going to be in that Senate bill. And I have no idea if the House would agree with it. So your question actually is filled with unknowns. All I know is this, and that is the open border policies that Joe Biden has allowed can no longer be tolerated. He has the ability, as we speak this very moment, to take action to shut down the border and stop illegal immigration. Joe Biden does not need more legislative authority. He just needs a backbone to step up and do his job and secure the border.
Governor, you're standing in front of a lot of armed men and women. You're with other governors from many states, military vehicles. You talked about invasion. What do you say to people, we've heard this from Republicans and Democrats, who are concerned that there's a civil war or some prelude to some kind of armed conflict between Americans? What would you say to people like that?
It's a false narrative, and that is really nothing more than a narrative. What we are seeking to do and what we are actually doing, we're actually enforcing the laws of the United States of America. What Americans want, whether it be the border or whether it be carjackings in Washington, D.C., or police officers being beat up in New York City, what Americans want, they want law and order, and they want the laws of our country enforced. All we're doing is enforcing the laws of the United States of America.
Governor, how long will the park be under state control?
It's going to stay under control as long as it takes to maintain security and to eliminate crossings. I'll be honest with you. We could relinquish control of it tomorrow if Joe Biden were to step up and do exactly what we are doing here and stop people from crossing the border illegally. We have seen a president and his predecessor do exactly that. Joe Biden has every tool in his toolbox to make sure that he reduces illegal immigration as much as Texas was able to reduce it right here. In the meantime, let me add this. As we speak right now, the Texas National Guard, they're undertaking operations to expand this effort. We're not going to contain ourselves just to this park. We are expanding to further areas to make sure that we will expand our level of deterrence and denial of illegal entry into the United States.
We have time for 2 more questions.
A lot of people have said that things like this in an election year are just a political stunt by Republicans. What do you guys all say to that?
Say that to the average American. The average American is angry. The number one issue in the United States of America is the broken border and the illegal immigration that Joe Biden has created. We don't have time to wait till November. We got lives on the line every single day. Say that to the parents who have lost a child to deadly fentanyl. There's growing in number across the country. There are lives at risk every single day. It's like every police officer in every city in our great state that understands that they have a daily duty to make sure that their communities are safe, regardless of when elections take place. We as governors have that responsibility to make sure that our states and our country are going to be safe from the illegal immigration crossing.
Governor, I would just remind you too that many of the governors here were here. When was that?
Right,
a year ago.
Exactly.
Way before the campaign started. on the same issue, writing letters to Joe Biden about how to fix the border, executive action that he could take. So this is not a campaign tactic. This is something that this group and the Republican governors have been concerned with for many, many months and years.
Right. Governor, there are Americans living here on the border who say that sovereignty has been lost and that they're walking around in fear. They feel that the federal government has failed them. What about you, governors? Are you going to be able to step up to protect their sovereignty and give them the right to be free citizens here in their own state?
And you're talking about the local residents in this area? Yes. So first of all, I think the local residents around here are angry, and rightfully so, because their area, their neighborhoods, their golf courses, their shopping areas, all have been invaded. But I cannot tell you the number of ranchers and homeowners who live, whether it be here or in Del Rio or up and down this entire area, who cry and complain about their ranches being ripped apart, their homes being invaded, fearful about their children playing in the streets, all the car chases that are taking place in neighborhoods. This has turned into a danger zone for one reason. It was not that way 4 years ago. 4 years ago, this was an area of law and order, a safe area for people to golf and play and enjoy it. And that's because we had a president who was enforcing the immigration laws of the United States. Their property, their land, their safety, and their enjoyment of it can all be restored if we have a president who enforces the laws of the United States, as opposed to being hostile to that and being hostile to a state simply trying to enforce the laws of the United States.
What are you going to do? And is the Declaration of Independence the only way, or what are you going to do?
So we will continue to expand our efforts. Our declaration is a declaration of our rights under the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, that guarantees the right of every state that's either invaded or in imminent danger, which we are in imminent danger, to be able to exercise self-defense. Texas will continue to exercise that self-defense and expand the area where we are using that self-defense to make sure we are able to better protect our communities.
All right, two more questions, everyone. Two state laws set to go into effect as invaders.
Say it again now.
Why brand mothers and children, civilians crossing between ports of entry illegally as invaders?
So I can't understand the details of your question. I'm going to answer it to the best I can. The fact of the matter is, if you look behind you, there are people crossing right now. They're crossing that bridge. A couple of things about that. One is that whether it be here, El Paso, Brownsville, or parts in between, there are thousands of people who cross back and forth every single day for work purposes, for visiting purposes, for tourism purposes, whatever the case may be. That's perfectly fine. What is completely illegal is for people to enter between a port of entry. Think about this astonishing fact. Under Joe Biden, a record number of people have died in this river right behind us. And they die in that river because they try crossing in that river. Why in the world don't they just go up a few steps and cross across that bridge, which is an official port of entry? Texas has 28 ports of entry. Get this fact. No one has ever drowned crossing a bridge. If Joe Biden cared about the safety of these migrants that he seems to have empathy for, he would have them cross a bridge as opposed to crossing a river and paying the money that goes to the cartels to cross the river.
Last question.
Historically has encouraged vigilante activity. They run around in camo and they cosplay as police. What's your response to that? Will you denounce border vigilantism?
Law and order needs to be left to states, to law enforcement, to authorized entities. And we don't want anybody taking any type of vigilante action. We believe in public safety, and that means the safety of everybody. The lives of everybody are important, and we don't want anybody to be harmed in any way. All that we want is to enforce the immigration laws of the United States.
Great. Thank you, everyone. That's all we have time for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good job.
Give us some space, guys. Give us some space. You can take your mics off.
So I kind of have a little problem with this. The fact the fact that they limit the amount of time that people can ask questions, you know, hey, listen, it's your job to answer questions. That's what you get paid to do. Answer questions, solve problems. If you're incapable of doing that, get out of office. That's what I got to tell you. If you're incapable of taking an hour or 2 hours out of your day, okay, to spend with your constituents in order to answer questions, you have no right being in office. None. Even if it's a little old lady walking up the street that stops you and has a question for you, you should be willing to take the time to spend 5 minutes with that old lady and answer her question. I think that that's only fair. The amount of money that you make on a yearly basis, the title in which you carry, the job that you swore an oath to uphold, means each and every constituent in your district or your state. Period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. If you don't have the time for your people, then they shouldn't have time for you being in their office, to be sitting in their chair, helping to lead their state. It took him 3 years to do his job. 3 years. Okay. And, you know, that sheriff who was on earlier that was interviewed by Dave, you know, Joshua Jones or James, Joshua James, I think it was, out of New Mexico. He said it outright that this governor right here has committed treason by shipping illegals to other states. Okay. He is an accessory to human trafficking out of the state of Texas into other states in the union. Okay. So it's that simple. It's that simple. You know, the dude he's committed treason, you know, and that's just the facts of it. You know, no ands, ifs, or buts about it. He's committed treason, and something needs to happen in order to rectify this and get this back into the proper perspective. You know, it's all too often we have witnessed all this stuff going on, you know, and it's ridiculous. I just saw this chessboard says, like a typical town hall meeting, you're only allowed 3 minutes to say your piece. That's taken years to create the damn problem. You're exactly right. Because some people stepping up to that microphone to present issues to the council, 3 minutes isn't enough. You know, there should be no time limit on people stepping up to do the right thing for their communities, period. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. You know, and, so all, I can say sit back and wait and watch and see what's going on, you know, but at the same time, you know, I don't want people just sitting on their hands. You know, you need to learn everything about the Constitution that you possibly can in order to protect you and your household. Okay. And then learn everything in regards to the Constitution, in regards to protecting your community, and then learn everything in the Constitution about protecting your county and then your state. But you can only do that by learning the Constitution. You know, it's that simple, you know. And and then we've got to go from there. So all right, guys, that's 4.5 hours into this. I am going to get these dogs out for a run. And I didn't really see anything big coming out today in regards to big news. However, there was a notice that was just sent to me in regards to of a major atmospheric river event in California about to unleash hurricane force winds near Big Sur and isolated tornado threat with biblical. They're actually calling it biblical flooding, and it's a Category 5, and that is getting ready to hit that area. So those of you in California, please be careful and be watchful and mindful of your weather going on right now. With that, I'm going to wish you all a great afternoon. I'm going to go spend some time with the dogs, get them out running, because we've spent a lot of time podcasting the last couple of days. And I've kind of been a little short on how much time I've spent with them. So I will catch you. I may pop on later tonight, depending on if anything comes up. And God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. And we will see you again either tonight or tomorrow. Peace.